Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Board's Education Workshop. Today's meeting of the Board of Education is called to order at 9:11 a.m. in open session. Public comments, agenda items. We do not have any requests addressing those agenda items. Ms. Board Member Stewart, would you please take roll call?
Dr. El Hassan,
Present.
Miss Armstrong,
I hear.
Mr. Critchfield,
Present.
Mrs. Garza,
Present.
and I am Miss Stewart and present.
So now let's begin the workshop. Dr. Dorati?
Yes, I would like to thank you for this meeting here. So I think this is a huge, this is a part of the work that we have to do to become a high-functioning system. So at this point, I would like to invite Dr. Charles Wise to facilitate the Master in Governance board retreat.
Good morning, everyone. And we have to have that on. Good morning, everyone, for the record. So in your packet, on the, I think it's the right-hand side, is what's called the Workshop Discussion Guide. And starting with the outcomes for today, we're going to talk about unity of purpose of the board, meeting guidelines, effective trustees and governance teams. I guess it's the left side. Yeah, it isn't the right side. It's the left side. Identify strengths and areas of improvement as a team and select some goals, and then establish board norms and protocols for sustaining a positive and effective board culture. So there's our agenda up there. We will spend between 9 and 11 on getting to know each other more and understanding what effective governance is. And then about 11 o'clock, we'll start looking at the board self-evaluation, look for strengths and areas of improvement. And then we'll continue after lunch, the analysis of the self-evaluation. And then by about 1:30, we hope you'll be working on developing board goals and agreements for behavior and positive effective culture and board protocols. And then we'll conclude with a recap at about 2:30 and finish at 3 o'clock. That's basically what it says up there, and that's what we're going to do as well. So the first thing to be an effective board is we need to know each other. And so we're going to spend some time doing that. And there are 3 questions I have up here, and what I want you to do is pick one of them that you want to share with your board members, fellow board members, and superintendent. Oh, by the way, today you're going to hear me use the term governance team, and the governance team is the 5 board members and the superintendent, a team of 6. So when I mention that, that's what it's about. So you can pick one of these questions to answer. We're going to go around the room, and everyone's going to answer one of them. What is your history, family, schools, neighborhoods, if you want to share that? How do your experiences influence your values and belief systems? How do your lived experience support your understanding of the needs of the students in this school district? So you can pick one of those and share those. And who would like to go first? Myra?
Yeah, I'll go first. I'm looking at the question that asks, how do your experiences influence your values and beliefs? So I know for myself, honesty is big in growing up in my family. It continues to be at home, and something that I wouldn't ask anyone else also to do something that I wasn't willing to do myself. So I think that's, those core values for me are important.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
I'll go. I'll take the first one. History, a lot of people already know, but I'm from here. I was born and raised in Bellflower. I am an only child. My daughter's an only child, so that probably tells you a lot about my personality and my character. I went to Bellflower High School. I also went to Ernie Pyle Elementary here. And then I went to school in Las Vegas. So I moved to Las Vegas for college. And then after college, I had my daughter and I moved back home. And so that's kind of my history.
I'll jump in. For me, how do your experiences influence your values and belief systems? For me, it's always family first all the time, and my girls are the most important thing to me. And my history with my firstborn and everything she went through, and being a student with special needs and really going through that process and becoming more engaged and really identifying what her needs are and how important they are and how important they are to everybody. I I feel so many people always want what's best for their children, and that really informs how I want to approach being on this board and the work that we do, because they're the most important thing to everybody that has kids in our district. So that really informs what I want to do here.
How do your lived experiences support your understanding of the needs of the students in the district schools? So my lived experiences, I grew up in Compton. I was very stable. I went to one elementary school, one junior high school, one high school, one college. And I was around a lot of people. I was very observant and careful on the experiences that I put myself through because of what I seen other people do and or not do. I understood that, like, even going through school and college, that even though we were all there for one purpose, the needs were so vastly different. And whether the teachers, the teachers did differentiate, and not as, and tried to meet the needs of the students that needed that extra push. So if a kid was doing well, that's fine. Give them the support. Good, keep going. But this kid here needs some extra attention. So let's focus on that kid so we can get that kid up there, up to a higher performance level. And so I see that in the world, everyone is just so different. And we need to be cognizant of that and meet those needs.
Thank you.
I'm also going to select the last question. How do your lived experience support your understanding the needs of students in the district? So I contracted polio at the age of 3, and that has really shaped my lived experience. Not only from a degree of challenges growing up, especially in the schools, my parents really strived to have me mainstreamed. So, of course, during that time, there was still a lot moving forward with inclusion and equity and acceptance of diversity at that time. And I've been faced with being bullied at school, so I understand students being bullied, and also being discriminated against by teachers and other administrators saying you can't do this because you have a disability, or no one wants you in this classroom, or so things like that have shaped my life to be, when someone tells me you can't do something, watch out. I didn't reach this level of education easily. I even had teachers in higher ed tell me that, oh, you can't be a consultant, or you can't use your right hand, so you wouldn't be. This is professors, a good consultant. And broke through the barriers, earned my master's at Cal State Long Beach, and then my doctorate at USC. So what I bring to the table, not as a board member, but through my lived experience, is really the words equity and diversity aren't buzzwords for me. It's who I am. So, and that's what I want to share to support our students and teachers and educators.
I think for me, I'm going to choose the last question also. How do your lived experiences support your understanding of the needs of the students in district schools? I think my lived experience as an immigrant in this country and matriculating through the system to reach to college was very eye-opening for me about the possibilities that exist. And I see myself as somebody that was lucky that ran across some good, excellent people that helped me defy the barriers in front of me. So as I lived through the experiences as an educator, from the classroom to assistant principal to principal to assistant to superintendent, um, I have a clear understanding of where the holes are and the confusion that often occurs in this complex system. I think if done right, education could be a very, very powerful force. To liberate people, but it's complex, and it requires system building, so that it isn't just a look or draw that you land across good people that push you, but we are methodically pushing all students as much as possible through a system that's supportive. Anyway, I'm passionate about that, because I think public education can do that for the whole nation.
Okay, and it would be wrong if I didn't share my background, so you know who I am. I'm currently a board member in the Hueneme School District, which is a little smaller school district than this one. I'm the board president this year, because we rotate our president every year, so I've been on the board. This is my 10th year, so within 10 years I've been board president twice. I've been working for CSBA for about 3.5 years, working with school boards around the state in sessions like this, also doing master's in governance training. I'm a full-time associate tenured professor at California State University, Channel Islands. I'm also chair of the Department of Educational Leadership and School Counseling and Psychology. I started my career as a school psychologist, so that's why we're building this new department to get that going. I'm a former school administrator. Every position from elementary principal, high school principal, special ed director, assistant superintendent for ed services, assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction, and then county superintendent of schools for 19 years in 2 different counties. And I've done some interim superintendencies too, going back in the last few years. I have a daughter with Down syndrome, so I understand your experience. She was bullied in school and beat up, and her older brother told the other little kid that would not happen again. He didn't beat him up, but he did threaten him. I have 2 boys that are teachers, both special education teachers, from growing up with their sister. That was just natural for them to move into that. They both said they would not become teachers, and they both have become, so I'm very proud of them. I'm a product of the civil rights movement, very frankly. I was in college in the 60s and 70s, and I thought we had solved all of the issues that are coming back now, and that we'd really built a more informed and enlightened society, but we haven't. And so that's why I continue to work, because it looks like we still have a lot of work to do in terms of helping all students have access to the things that they need. I'm very excited because a good friend of mine, Mike Kirsch, developed the local control funding formula and the LCAP. He was the president of the state board at the time, and he and I worked together when I worked in Santa Clara County. And that's an equity-based system of funding, a lot like what was created by the federal government in 1965 with the Title I and the SEA Act. Hasn't had the impact that we thought it would have, and very frankly, the LCAP hasn't had the impact yet. One of the reasons I'm working with boards right now is I think we have the opportunity to make that really work if we work together and set goals for all the student populations that generate those extra funds for us. Anyway, so that's why I'm still working instead of just relaxing at home, because I still think we have a lot of work to do in education to reach the full potential that you talked about, Ben, for our kids. So I want to go around one more time. Pick another one that you didn't answer the first time, and tell something about yourself that you think the others in this room may not know. Who would like to go first on this round?
I'll go first. I'll take the second one. How do your experiences influence your values and belief systems? One, my mom was a teacher, so I'm very union strong. I believe in collaboration. I was an athlete, so I was a team athlete, so I believe that teams are very important. Working together is very important. Understanding people's differences. When I played with lots of different types of people, so that's really important to me. And so, yeah, I'm very big on collaboration and talking and discussing and things like that, so.
Let's go next. This is dead
Go
end.
next.
Thanks, Sue.
Okay. I'll pick the first one. My history. Well, I'm both my parents are from Lebanon, and so I speak Arabic. And I've traveled the world because my father worked for the federal government. He started out working for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, so I was brought up around Native American Indians in Gallup, New Mexico, Albuquerque, and the Hopi in Florida. He then moved to work with the military. He was an educational advisor for the Army. So I moved to Germany. And, he also worked in Libya and taught in the university there. So I've been to Libya, I've been to Germany, I've been to Lebanon. So I have a really rich history in understanding culture. I have a really strong background in acceptance and of different backgrounds just from living in those different environments. Neighborhoods. I've never lived anywhere longer than 3 to 4 years. So this is the longest I've lived in California. When my father was stationed in Germany, that's when my sister and I decided to leave and come to California for college because we didn't want to go. We were going to go to Heidelberg University, but you have to be fluent in German. I thought, I'm not going to waste 3 or 4 years learning the language. So we came back to California, and that's where I've been since 1983. And we used to go back and forth to see my parents in Germany then. So I've been really blessed to have the opportunity to work and not to work, but to live in different environments and understanding culture, appreciating culture and diversity. That's why I said I live that because it's part of who I am, and not only from a disability perspective, but also from cultural and language perspectives too. I think the schools, I've been always in public schools, so that's been something that I value very much, and I want to make sure our public school system stays strong, as you stated yourself, because our future depends on that for our youth.
Thank you, sir.
For me, the history, family, schools, neighborhoods. So I'm son of immigrant from Portugal, and raised by my mom, and I was lucky to have a very attentive stepfather. Eventually, growing up, me and my 6 brothers, we lived in Section 8 housing all the way till I was 16. I was raised in a tough part of the neighborhood, but I was lucky enough to be on the district line, so I actually I was in a Claremont school district. So I went there, and then we eventually moved to Lakewood when I was 16 years old, and when my mother passed, and then when I turned 18, I was homeless, and I worked part-time as a sandwich artist at Subway to afford Long Beach City College. It was there I got involved in the it's called the President's Ambassadors. It's kind of like a politically active club on campus. Then I went to Cal State Long Beach, got a degree in political science, opened up my own business, ran that business for 10 years, got involved in the Chamber of Commerce, and whenever you start doing volunteer-based stuff, it's like one leads to the other, then all of a sudden you're doing all these things, and that's how I got really involved, and that's how I got here. Then eventually bought a home in Lakewood a few years back, and I think that's why I know that in this seat, in the position that we're in, what we do is so important, because I know when I was going to my school, it was really the only place I felt safe and felt comfortable, and I think those experiences really inform a lot of how I feel about public schools today, because they are very important.
I'm going to answer number 1. What is your history, family, schools, neighborhoods as well? I'm also the daughter of, I'm an immigrant myself. So first generation here. First language is Spanish. I had to learn English, and not being able to say what I wanted to say, and having, negative experiences at school, being afraid of a teacher who didn't look like me, who couldn't understand me, just kind of being thrown in the sink or swim method was really impactful for myself. And that's why I now work with dual immersion students, where we don't eradicate their language or their heritage, but we try to work with that so that way we teach them a second language. It's very beneficial for everyone. It just, those types of programs really, like everyone else has said, kind of opens up that, path to being open to other cultures and other points of view as well. So, my parents moved us out to Coachella. So that's the only place I've ever, been at prior to coming to, college here in Long Beach. And so that's where I met my husband. We got married. We had a family in the area, and have been living in Bellflower for about 13 plus years now. And I was also worked for Bellflower Unified for 7 years, helping develop the dual immersion program and working with the teachers, amazing staff there as well. And now I'm employed for Long Beach Unified.
Thank you, Mom.
Okay, so my family, wow, I come from a really big family. My family roots are in Louisiana. We are spread out now, but my family is still living on land that was purchased by one of my great-grandfathers, who was emancipated from slavery. So his father was wealthy enough to give him enough money so that he could start his family, and he bought 600 acres of land, and we still have most of that land. Back in the day, if they wanted the land, you either had to sell it or they would take it anyway. So within those 600 acres down, we have schools, we have, little small areas of shopping, that kind of stuff. And we still have our home. And it's still country. So we would, my mom would make sure that we go back every year. Well, she came out to California, Los Angeles. But she'd take us back every year so that we could know, I guess, like what the difference between a chicken and a bird was, because, she's wanted us to be, because you could assess, intelligence in different ways. A city kid wouldn't stand a chance with a kid that grew up on a farm when it came around to survival. So Mom tried to make sure she instilled that in us, really close-knit family. So schools, by the time I came around, I mentioned before, by the time I came up, I was pretty steady in the schools that I went through. I didn't have to go to different schools. I had a speech impairment. I stuttered, and I stuttered bad. I would tell people, hey, if I get caught, just hit me in the back, if I get stuck talking. And I wouldn't talk. And I remember in the 5th grade, my teacher, Miss Wilson, that was when I really, one of my first experience with community things. We were the Red Cross. So we had a Red Cross chapter on the school campus. And of all things, she made me the reporter, the person that won't talk. Okay? So we go and we'd have our outings, and we come back for our meeting, and then here's my turn to report on our activities. And my mentality at the time, I was kind of, I don't know what to say, special, unique, And I'm like, why do I have to report on this when we all went here and we all know what happened? But now, in retrospect, I understood that she was really trying to get me to talk, because I wouldn't talk. In junior high school, all of a sudden, I start being taken out of my English class for speech therapy. I don't know how that happened, but it's like, I don't know why you're taking me out my class. I can't do my classwork, and now you want to talk to me, and I don't want to talk to you, But of course, now I understand why. I was not comfortable talking, but that was their way to make sure I would become comfortable talking. So anyway, school went on pretty successful. I went to Cal State Dominguez Hills, got my degree in psychology. I had public administration was a minor, and I did the physical education as a minor. So even though I can teach you all the steps, how to swim and all that kind of stuff, I can't swim, y'all. I get choked up all the time. I'm like, somebody help me with my breathing. But anyway, so and growing up, church was a thing. My family's really, spiritual. From my background, we're very spiritual, and so. So they would always tell me, like in church, Renita, you should be a teacher. You should be a teacher. I don't want to teach. I graduated from college. I tried everything, businesses. I even used to build computers. I know that's probably shocking for some people because it's like, I don't know how to do anything now. But anyway, I tried different things, and I didn't start teaching. I graduated. Ooh, I'm going to date myself if I say this. I graduated from college in '86. That's what they said on paper.
Sounds young to me.
Yeah. I was barely born. Anyway, but I didn't start teaching until '94 because I resisted. And I truly believe when you're destined to do something, you're going to end up doing it. So I end up teaching and special ed. So I just didn't want to teach regular kids. From my experience, I don't want to deal with these regular kids or whatever, but I'll teach special education. And so I've been doing that now for as long as I've been alive, like 29 years. So I ended up being a special education teacher. So my neighborhoods, like I said, I grew up in Compton on the south side, right around the corner from Compton College, if anybody knows that area. And later on, I moved to Bellflower. I really liked the country. I lived in Norco for a couple of years. I loved it because during that time, people could still ride their horses to the stores, and I had an Appaloosa that I would ride all the time. And, I really missed it, but Norco has changed so much. It's just like the city now. It's gone. So, but anyway, that's me.
Thank you.
Family, schools, and neighborhoods.
We got everybody but you.
So I'm going to choose the one in the middle. How do your experience influence your values and beliefs? So I'm gonna start up with a statement, and then I'm gonna give an example. I think I firmly believe that people's assumptions impact your actions and behavior. People's assumptions impact your actions and behavior, and I had a profound understanding of this matriculating through the system. As I mentioned earlier, I had to learn English here. There wasn't a single person that could translate Lobata, all the Alien Unified. So it was difficult for my brothers and sisters and I. But something I saw happen to me, that the system saw me as one thing and they saw some of my peers as another. Peers meaning the other African American students I went to, LA High and other schools I went to, because I lived in predominantly black neighborhoods. But what I saw there was that the education system, there was an assumption that they didn't correlate my intellect with my lack of English mastery. Okay, that was separate. As a result, because the assumption was that this guy is from Uganda, he doesn't speak a different language, so his lack of language acquisition or math or anything like that, it has to do with the language barrier. So let's not separate that and continue to provide the necessary steps to support him matriculate through. That was something different that my African American peers didn't get. So because poor Ben over here doesn't know English, let's help him. It can't be you over here probably have the same struggles. You know better because you're from America. So something else must be wrong, right? So to me, that impacted trajectory as I matriculated through. So what I've also learned through my experience in education is that assumptions are a byproduct of all of our lived experiences, and those lived experiences can evolve. And we are full of educators, parents, students that have assumptions in our system. How can we get everybody to make the proper assumptions so we can behave in a proper way and take the right actions to get it going? And actually going through the teaching and having conversations, discovering information about certain students, looking at data, engaging, experiences success changes our assumptions, and then it changes our behavior after that. So to me, you'll notice everything I talk about is through systems approach. I got lucky because I had individuals that had the right assumptions. I firmly believe that systems, people in the system can have the same assumptions as well. So I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So I'll add that I grew up thinking that I was just lucky, and what I realized is that I was being the recipient of white male privilege my entire career, my entire life. I was offered things and positions that others that were much more qualified than me, women and people of color, were not offered. And so once I realized that, I realized I needed to figure out a way to pay that back. That's one of the reasons I'm working at the university now. Our university is a Hispanic serving institution. We have about 80% of our population is Latinas. And so I've helped a lot of them become principals, and some have become superintendents. So I'm kind of fulfilling that, giving that back. I went to public schools my entire life, LA Unified. I went to, I'm a first generation college student. My family didn't want me to go to college, so I did. And worked jobs and paid my way through. Went to UCLA, got a bachelor's in psychology. Went to Cal State Northridge, got a master's in psychology, and then went to CSBA and got a PhD, but not right away. I had to earn more money before I could afford the PhD. I was a slow reader through school, and by 5th grade, I had a teacher who finally saw me and said, I see in your records that you went to the principal's office almost every day last year. I said, yep. And he said, it's not going to happen this year. I thought, oh, he thinks he's tough or something. He said, I have a job for you, and every free minute you have, you're going to do this job. I thought he was going to have me wipe the desk down or something like that. He said, at the end of the year, we're going to do a play, and we're going to have student groups that pick a country in South America, and they're going to do a presentation on it, and you're going to write and produce the play. And I said, I don't know how to do that. He said, yeah, I know, but you'll figure it out. And that turned my life around because I didn't go to the principal's office even once that year. By the way, I really went so often that I told my students when I was an elementary principal, I learned to be an elementary principal when I was an elementary student because I just watched what the principal did, and I do that now. And my mom got very involved in school because she had to be PTA president to get me out of Hawk. So, but Mr. Tuman, my teacher, said, you're going to do this different job, and I did it, and it changed my life. And I no longer hid behind the fact that I read slowly and got kicked out of class because we did round robin reading. You know what that is? Where each kid reads in a row. Hopefully you don't do that here. But what I did, I'd read ahead to see what my sentence would be. And then some girl ahead of me would always read my sentence. And then I'd have to like hit somebody so I could get kicked out of class. So they wouldn't see how I thought I was just dumb. Anyway, so that's why I work in education, because I think there's a lot of kids that are not seen for what they are and what they need. And that's why I've been working on this issue of what I called equality back in the 70s, 80s, and now really understand it as equity. So with that, did you hear things about your colleagues that you didn't know before? Okay. When we know each other, we can work together as a team. Amy, you talked about the fact that you were on teams where everybody had a different role. And so there were people that did things different than you did. You had a common goal on your teams of winning, and everyone did their job individually to help that team work. That's exactly how a governance team works. You have different roles. You come from different perspectives. You have different lives. The key is to find things that we agree on as a governance team so we can work on those things together, but bring our strengths from the differences we have in our lives. And you can hear around this room, there are a lot of differences here. You haven't grown up at the same table. You haven't had the same life. Those differences help your governance team to be a better team, as long as you can find a common goal. And so that's what we're going to try to do this morning as we talk about effective governance and lay the groundwork for future work in building your unity of purpose and how you work together as a team. So before we move on, you always have to have agreements of how you're going to behave in a session. And I see that you've done some work as a board. So if you would help me hand these out, I would appreciate it. So on the top of this are the brief meeting norms that you created. But let me just give you the background of why we need meeting norms and agreements. Remember that as board members, you're being perceived by the community, and how you act toward one another is what the community sees. And ideally, if you adopt a set of agreements or norms, then it will set the stage for how others in the district treat each other and work with each other. So they set the behaviors that members of the team will use. There are meeting guidelines that you have. I'm sure you're familiar with the Brown Act. We publish this little book. It gets updated all the time. The Brown Act has changed recently. This is a CSBA publication. It's changed recently as a result of the pandemic. There were some changes in Brown Act there. Some of them are carried forward. Some have ended. So you'll want to keep track of that. We're not going to go over that today because this is not a workshop on the Brown Act. Typically, you'll have an attorney work with you on Brown Act so you understand the basics of it. But then there's another book that we have that gives you good guidelines on running a meeting. It's called Call to Order that CSBA puts out. And this is about parliamentary procedure. And I didn't realize before reading this book and some other books on this that parliamentary procedure was designed to support the minority voice. I hadn't really realized that. That's why it requires a second. That's why everyone gets a chance to speak on a topic. That's why you listen to the community as all part of parliamentary procedure. So this Call to Order book is a really great blueprint for running board meetings. But we're not going to cover that today either because that's not what this meeting is about. But I just want to make you aware of it. And then I'm sure you know you have board bylaws and protocols. Let's see, I have some copies of them. I think we'll look at them later. But the 9,000s categories of your board policies are your board bylaws. And they describe the way that board meetings operate. They describe the job of each of the elected members of the board, like your clerk, your vice president, your president. When I looked at your board policies, many of them had not been updated since 2013. And so it's something you should think, that's a decade ago. And most of them in the board bylaws will not have any laws that have changed. But in other parts of your board policies, those are something you should think about as a board, thinking about how you're going to update those on a regular basis. On my board, we have every board meeting, we have 8 or 10 board policies that are recommended for revision. We have a first reading of them, we give input and talk about them, then we have a second reading, and then we adopt them. And so just something to think about. I've been interim superintendent in a couple of districts where they have not worked on their board policies for 10 years or so and realized a lot of laws have changed. And of course, you probably all know this, but your board policy carries the power of law. So you can be sued for violating your own board policy. If your board policy violates the law, you can be sued for having a board policy that violates the law. So anyway, it's just something you want to pay attention to as a board. That's a major task of the board. You want to have professional staff help you with those, but you do definitely want to make sure you are observant of your board policies, make sure they're up to date. Yes. Oh yeah, by the way, throughout the whole thing today, if you have a question, just speak up.
Well, really just a comment. I know we created these norms in, I think, January, but looking at these norms, we don't follow a lot of these norms, and a lot of these are different. So I'm wondering, at what point do we go back and recreate them?
Actually, we're going to look at them in just a minute. Next slide. Nice transition. Okay. So there's some possible topics, and you've not dealt with some of these in your norms, but something you could consider. And then here's some sample operating agreements. And let's now take a look at some sample meeting guidelines. You're going to be able to move around a lot today for me. There you go. So, in In addition to what's on the screen, here's some others. And the only reason I want to take a few minutes with this is so that we will follow these at least here today. Whether you choose to follow them at your board meetings or not, that's something that you could talk about at another time. But these are some samples of meeting guidelines that other boards use, other governance teams use. And let's see, and then there's the ones on the screen. Some of the board participation, the reasons are keeping a focus, making decisions, and respectful demeanor. So what I'd like to do right now is take a look at your existing meeting norms, take a look at these sample meeting guidelines, and then back on the screen I'll put the others, these examples here. And I would like to have just an open conversation about what norms do you want to have for today. And Amy, how are you at writing on a chart pad? Do you have legible print?
I think so.
You happen to be sitting next to a chart pad.
I got
There
you.
are felt tips up there.
I can even have the assistant soup over. Would they do better that way?
Oh, would you rather have one of the assistant soups do it?
Yeah, that way you can focus on.
That's fine.
Okay.
People
So
don't
the
like
felt
my
tips
writing.
the felt tips are up on the DS up there. And what I'd like to do
I
is
think
anyone
Bonnie
who'd
would be
like to-
good anyways.
Anyone who'd like to point out a guideline or a norm you would like to have for today, whether or not you make this a guideline for your board meetings or not will be up to some other time. But and that Bonnie will write down everything that's said, and then we'll decide which ones we want to keep. So you don't have to have consensus on it before she writes it down. Just write down ideas that you want for guidelines for this meeting today that could conceivably be also used for board meetings. So who has one?
I have one.
Thank
I
you,
really
Amy.
like we will wait to speak until a team member has finished talking.
Anyone have another one? Renita?
We will keep our focus on the best interest of our students.
Right there at the top.
I'd say we'll stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked.
Bonnie, do you have a copy of the ones they're reading from? Because then you don't need to write the whole thing down. Just write down a key word. And this one's the fourth from the bottom. We will stay focused. Do you see that? So we've had the first one, the second one, and the fourth one, right? Did I miss one, or is that it?
No. 1 4.
Oh, fourth one. I'm sorry. I checked the wrong. So
And I'd say
The last, oh, go ahead. We will respect differences. We will show respect and never dismiss or devalue others.
that is the seventh one down.
And I would add the bottom one, that we will work toward the future and learning from the past.
Okay.
I like this one. We will respect team meeting times, start on time, return from breaks, which we really don't have regular breaks. Avoid unnecessary interruptions.
Okay, that's the fifth from the bottom. Anybody else have one they want to add to the list?
I like we will communicate openly and honestly with each other.
That is the 6th one from the top.
And how about we will all work to make sure there are no hidden agendas and that all issues and concerns can be dealt with openly by all members.
Where is that, Sue?
Second to the last.
Second to last, thank you.
So if we have that one, it kind of like, it covers what I just said. The communicate open and honestly with each other. So we don't really, we don't have to have that one. We have this one.
That's good. We have them all up right now, and then we'll discuss which ones we want to all agree to. I could have just put this on the slide, huh? Myra?
I like the 11th one down. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding.
I like that one too. Well, I don't get a vote in this. Any others that you want to see? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 so far. Okay, so let's talk about these 9. If you don't mind, I'll start at the top so that we'll know where we're oriented, even though it's not the order they came in. We'll keep our focus on the best interest of our students. Does anyone think that shouldn't be on our agreement list? So we have consensus that that's one we like, okay. We will wait to speak until a team member has finished talking. We will keep our remarks brief and to the point so that all opinions can be expressed. Anyone believe that should not be on? Okay, we have consensus on that one. We will communicate openly and honestly with each other. Anyone like to argue why that is not a good one to have? Okay. That's a third one. We will respect differences. We will show respect, never dismiss or devalue others. Anybody like to say why that will hurt us as a team? Okay, that's a fourth one. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. Does everyone understand the term paraphrase? It just means that you feed back some portion of what someone said so that you see if you heard them correctly. Okay, so that's a fifth one. We will respect team meeting time, start on time, return from breaks promptly, avoid unnecessary interruptions. Anybody like to argue against that one? See that it shouldn't be on our list? Okay, that's a sixth agreement. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. Anybody think that should not be on there? Okay, that's a seventh one. We will all work to make sure there are no hidden agendas and that all issues and concerns can be dealt with openly by all members.
I have a clarifying question.
Yep.
By hidden agendas, can you give me an example, please?
I guess it just means having an agenda that you're not making explicit. So in other words, you're talking about something, but you're not saying what your purpose is in talking about it. Is that sufficient, or do you want to say something more about that?
No, I think that's sufficient. I think that if we're going to adopt this one, we need to understand that I don't believe that any one of us comes with hidden agendas. I think there's just probably misunderstandings and points of view that are not necessarily being brought forth. So that's not to say that there's a hidden agenda. It's maybe, for some of us, it just takes a little bit longer to explain where you're trying to go.
Would you be more comfortable if we put no perceived hidden agendas? Because that doesn't imply that you actually have a hidden agenda, but
Yes.
somebody believes you may.
Yes, because it almost sounds accusatory,
Okay.
and
So
and we don't know that.
So could we add perceived to it, and you would support that?
Yeah, unless my colleagues feel that that's the way we need to keep it.
Any other
Thoughts,
comments?
comments?
Maybe
Brad?
something I was writing down. And I think it's attached to that. I think part of the communicating is communicating authentically, and if and I don't know how to word this, but like if sometimes a comment comes and it's a loaded comment, it makes you want to go down that rabbit hole. So when we make our comments, if we have something to say, we say that thing rather than make comments that we know are kind of poking at each other. I think there's sometimes that, and then also being mindful of body language and how we're expressing ourselves, and even when we're not
gonna
talking.
talk about that today.
Okay,
Body language. Yeah.
good. So that's what I would.
So would you'd want to add the words authentically and without loaded comment?
I don't know how to say loaded comment. What's another way of saying that? Like, when you make a comment and what you're really saying is this, but
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to help you out. I know. So we all agreed the very simple honesty. Communicate openly and honestly with each other. So that's that's authentic.
I agree.
Okay, and so I think, and I understand, to keep it simple, we will work to make sure that there are no hidden agendas, or, I think it's, because when you say perceived,
What if we drop that whole first phrase? We will work to make sure that all issues and concerns can be dealt with openly by all members. Would that be more comfortable for everybody?
the hidden agenda is good for me too, though, to be honest.
What's
But
that?
that'll work for me. The hidden agenda is good because sometimes, let's be honest.
Yeah.
There are hidden agendas sometimes that people will come to the table with, and others are not aware of it.
Okay.
And some people are aware of the hidden agendas.
Okay.
So let's not be afraid of it. Let's combat it. Let's face it.
Okay. Sue, you want to say something on that?
It seems to have hit a nerve, so I think we should leave it as it is.
So if we leave it as is, we're not going to have consensus on it. Should we, then we'll just drop it off? Or what's the pleasure of
I
the
think
governance team?
I think Ms. Armstrong's right. I think as long as we can all agree that we're communicating authentically and in good faith and goodwill, I think that is sufficient, and I think that's what we need to do.
So we,
Maybe I'm just kind of listening to this. I'm trying to think back to where any perceived thing could come from, and I think it ties to the communication piece. So I'm using myself as an example. I have friends and family and everywhere. And I have some family members. They want to say one thing, but they don't say that. So I always have to ask a question: what's your angle? What is your angle? And at that point, Jarno, okay, this is what I'm trying to say. So I'm wondering if it's just a strategy we use as a part of communication. If somebody perceived something, you hit it, like you're right, what specifically are you trying to accomplish with this kind of a thing?
Right, and if I could add something, I mean, it's kind of ironic that it's this one that we're talking about because it's tied into that. It's like, what is the comment of, well, it seems that hit a nerve, so let's leave it as it is. I mean, that's kind of like what we're talking about. By even like focusing on the hidden agenda part, we're saying that there's a there, and I think that it goes to the point of we need to be able to express those things. But there's also not everything's going to be solved in this moment too, but just be aware of how we communicate those things and what we're saying, whether it's time limits or hidden agendas. Those are the things that we need to fix by having that communication.
what I also hear though is it sounds a little accusational. Because I believe you have a hidden agenda. That's very accusational, and I don't think we want any agreements that are accusational.
Yes.
Because then you go down that rabbit hole, like someone used that term, that you go, well, I know you're doing this for some other reason. How do you know? I'm the one.
And I think it's hard for like me as a new board member because I don't know everyone as well. Like they have more history than say us, so I don't necessarily see the hidden agendas that others might. So it's hard for someone like me that's new and I
So
don't
maybe
know.
at this time, it would be good not to have this in at all. Stick with the communicate openly and honestly, and then see where it goes. If in the future you want to come back to this, you could do that.
May I recommend to assume good intentions instead of
Add that?
hidden agenda? Yes,
Add that.
exactly.
So you're proposing assume good intentions of your governance team colleagues.
Yes, because that would open up that conversation.
Okay. Does anyone disagree with that as a more positive way to put this?
Saying we will work to make sure, what did you say, Myra?
To assume good
To
intentions
assume
of
good
your
intentions.
Good
colleagues.
intentions, exactly.
And that all issues.
Yes, because I agree. This way, it seems like you were the jury and executioner,
Yeah.
and so you have already made that assumption. And again, going back to Dr. Dradi's, comments, assumptions don't help.
Okay. Is anyone that disagrees with that as assuming good intentions? Okay, so let's get rid of the one about hidden agendas. And then there's one more on the list, and that is we'll work toward the future, learning from the past. Anyone want to argue against that? Okay, so we have 9 meeting guidelines that we're going to operate by, and they're on the board right there, and we're going to keep them on that board. And we've lined out other ones, so thank you, Bonnie. We appreciate that. So that's our meeting guidelines for today. All right.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Team, in lieu of what just happened, can we make sure we add another layer to say we will be supportive rather than judgmental?
To
So
which one, Ms.
It's,
Armstrong?
it's one of the meeting guidelines, you know, as a reminder to be supportive with each other
Oh.
rather than be
So
judgmental.
it's right below, we will respect differences. That would make us a nice even 10. Always like even numbers.
Okay.
Yes.
Does anyone disagree with that?
Mhm.
Supportive rather than judgmental?
Yeah.
Everybody live with that?
And that, yeah, that'll
Mhm.
cover that.
We will be supportive rather than judgmental. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a set of meeting guidelines. Next step, finding out more about each other. You've probably heard Simon Sinek, or you've read something from Simon Sinek about your why. Basically, he says that most companies know what they do, they know how to do it, but the really successful companies, really successful organizations know why they do it. And for example, Apple is a good example. People think that Apple is a computer company. But you know what the founders of Apple, what their why was? It was making people's lives better. You go, what? That's why they got into phones. They didn't make phones when they started out. They made computers. But in every case, they were trying to make people's lives better. When you stick with that as your why, your product can change, your procedures can change, but you'll always stay true north to why you're there. So what we find in CSBA is that when boards know why they're there as a board, why they're there as a governance team, you stay focused on the real job and getting at your purpose as a board. So what I want to do with this activity is go around the room, again, in any order you'd like, telling your colleagues why you're on the board. Not how you got on the board, not what you did to get on the board, but why you're on the board. What is your purpose in being here? So who would like to start that
I can
discussion?
go first, if you don't mind.
Yep.
I'm on the board because of the children. I'm on the board simply because of the children. And I want to make sure, do my best to make sure that children's needs are being met, knowing that the needs are vastly different.
Okay.
But that's my simple why.
I
And by
love
the way,
that
I have 5 children that came up through Bellflower. My last one is in the 11th grade. And so, the very active mom. I'm the one that, if there's a trip, I'm the parent that goes.
All right.
So I'm that parent.
All right. Who has their statement on why? Sue?
For me, it's really my strong belief in education, knowledge is power, and making sure our underserved students really have that opportunity of knowledge and power.
Great. Myra?
Mine is making sure that we have an educated populace to when they are able to vote, they make educated decisions, whatever they may be.
I think it was Jefferson that said you can't maintain a democracy without an elected, without an educated electorate.
I think I'm on the board because just in the last few years, looking at politics and looking what's happening, I just was the one always complaining about it and not doing anything about it. And I felt like I needed to get involved and actually do something to help my community and be a part of my community. And just, I see myself as like kind of a spokesperson or a in-between for our community and our constituents, to be a voice for them and to listen and try to help them with their needs.
Thanks, Amy.
I'm on the board because I believe that local governance especially is the most impactful and the most important. And as a member of a community, it's important to be useful and use what you have to have utility the best way you can. And that this is the way that I feel I can be useful.
Ben?
I would say, I think Mari mentioned this, some of you mentioned it, an educated citizenry is so essential to our success in the future. So, and that goes beyond just understanding about our even in America, but the world. We have to in order for us to be able to protect ourselves against ourselves and the rest of everybody else, we have to be educated to be able to understand how things work.
So the nice thing about what I just heard from all of you is you each have somewhat different purposes, but they're not contradictory to one another. They're all about the same purpose of helping the next generation succeed and make a difference in this community. That is what's called a common unity of purpose. And what there's a book that we use a lot in CSBA. It was published a few years back now. I can't remember, like 2018, 2019. It's called The Governance Core. Have you all seen this before? Okay. So you'll see many things from it, but this is written by Michael Fullen and Davis Campbell. And if you know who Davis is, Davis was one of the early, if not the first, chief executive officer of CSBA. Before that, he was the deputy superintendent for the state of California under Wilson Riles, the first African-American superintendent in the state's history. And brilliant guy. He's still around. He comes and speaks with us all the time, and he's a contemporary of mine. So I remember him when he was in office back in the day. But great reading if you're ever trying to just think about what your work is and why you're putting in the late hours at board meetings and things like that. You go back and read this because it's very visionary in terms of why we're here, what we're supposed to be doing, as opposed to sometimes what we're doing. And I'll be citing several things in that. He says that the whole idea of unity of purpose is not to be uniform, that boards need to have different perspectives, but to be unified. And that just means we're going to work together around the core values we have. When you said why you're on the board, you were talking about your core values. You were talking about your belief system in each case. And so that's what this whole task is about for us as board members. And this is a statement from Governance Core and the shared moral imperative. And it means not just the board working together, but the board and the superintendent as a governance team working together with that shared moral imperative of making sure that we're doing the right thing for the young people and the parents and the businesses in our community. And it's about being cohesive as a team, working together to do the things together that we think are important, and sharing that moral imperative. So here is your mission, vision, and theory of action that's on your website. I stole it right off of there. And so I want you to take a look at this, and then this is followed by this one, your core values. And the question I have for you in that, I'm assuming you're a part of the development of these, or you've seen these at least, because some of you may be newer to the board.
I'm sorry to interject. These are, yes, they were already here when board member Critchfield, Stewart, and myself came on.
Right. So what I want to ask you about is this question. What does this vision and mission mean to you? And also, because you've done the second step, which is the core values of equity, achievement, and community, what does that mean to you? I just want to take a minute to make sure we have a common understanding, a unity of understanding of those issues. So, who would like to go first to talk about what these mean to you and how they affect your decision making on the board?
So the mission for me, the why, we build futures for students by providing the pathway, et cetera, et cetera. Each student, although we may have a high achieving student that is going to be at Harvard or whatever, okay?
Or UCLA, yeah. If they can get in.
Or Cal State Dominguez Hills. Okay, or Long Beach State. Okay, USC. Okay. So anyway, what I'm saying, and that's all good and grand, but we also have children at the other end of that spectrum that could be just as successful in their world. So we need to, if we have a child with Down syndrome, I'm thinking, how is this kid going to contribute? How can we train this kid? There are jobs out there for that kid. So that's my mission. I don't care any kid that come through my way. I'm trying to find a pathway of how they can be successful and how they can contribute, because I promise you they can get a job. You know? So I'm just saying. Anybody else?
I think it's beyond that. And when I work with my students with disabilities, I already know they have a significant role because they're here. I don't think it's right for any educator to say what they can do. I think we have to open the door for them to have that opportunity, but we have to allow them whatever it is to find that. And that's every student who walks through my door. When I was at Cerritos College and dealing with the most severe disabilities, they're at the college. So, you know,
That's why I hate that word potential, because potential usually means what somebody else thinks you have. My daughter was born with Down syndrome, and they helicoptered her to Children's Hospital. She was there for about, 2 or 3 weeks. And they said, the doctor said, you should institutionalize her, don't take her home. Well, my wife's a special ed teacher, I was a school psychologist, and I said, no, we're taking her home. So she's 33 years old. She had her birthday on Halloween. And she has a full life with friends, and she's able to communicate using her computer and her phone. And so it's a prosthesis for her because her speech is not real great, and her grammar is not always that great. But when autocorrect happens for her, she has a full life. And it's just sad to me that they thought her potential was so low she needed to be institutionalized when she was born. So I resonate with what you just said, Sue. It's a very personal experience for me. Other thoughts about your vision and mission, theory of action, and values statements?
Well, like President Garza said, I wasn't here when this was. When was this?
It's not
Bang.
dated. I don't know when it was done.
Does staff know?
Anybody recall when it was completed?
Staff, does anybody remember?
Around 2019
Okay.
with previous.
Just as a suggestion, you might consider putting dates on these so that you know when it was done. It gives a message too that maybe it's time to look at it again at some point in time. Just, and most districts don't, but a little thing in the corner would remind you.
Yeah. But I mean, generally speaking, I mean, it's great. But I'd say just my own perspective is, the mission is fundamental to ensuring that everybody has the ability to have their own pursuit of happiness, and public education is the place where we can give our children the tools in order to achieve that.
Okay. Any other comments on how this speaks to you as a common purpose?
I think from my perspective, I actually been studying this a lot since I got here, trying to understand the history, how it came forward. So I'm in the process of a listening tour, and we actually talked through what this means to the entire community, and with some slight adjustments. The theory of action is one that I like, but I did suggest some adjustments to it to match what I think needs to happen. But like I said, that's what I think. I need to see what everybody else thinks about that as well. But,
I had just gotten on the board when I was already on the board, and this, we revamped this.
Okay.
So
Any other comments on the vision and mission? Go ahead.
No, I was
Amy?
just going to say I was in a few of those meetings where we looked at these. One of them was with our PTA, and I loved the collaboration of getting our community ideas of what they thought about this. So I think it's good that we're relooking at these.
Okay. Myra, did you have something else you want to add?
I like them. I think that they're essentially what we're all working toward, but I wish they were just more concise and maybe a little bit more, because it should be something that we have memorized.
Good.
Like if someone asks us, what's your mission? I, for myself, I cannot roll off, we build futures for students providing pathways. It's just so long. And I might maybe change a word because I'm thinking this is what we all are doing. But if it was a little bit more concise, maybe shorter, maybe more easier to kind of roll off the tongue, then I think that we would be able to answer that question whenever we are asked.
And that was going to be my advice to you on this. It was twofold. One, first thing is the difference between a vision and a mission. A vision precedes a mission, and let me explain what I mean by that. If you remember in 1962, you all were around then, I'm sure, John F. Kennedy gave a speech at Rice University saying, in essence, one of the things he said was, we will conquer the heavens. We do that because we will learn more about mankind and all this stuff. And then he said, and our first mission will be to send a man to the moon within this decade and get him home safely. So you see what the mission is? The mission is the first step. So they did the moon mission. Now we're on the Mars mission. And still, conquering the heavens is still the vision. So what I see in this is it's kind of a little bit backwards. So if you do consider redoing this, consider a broad vision about what you expect Bellflower to be in 10 years or 20 years. How would you see it? And vision means to see it. So you describe what you would see. And then your mission is, how are we going to move toward that now? What's the first thing we're going to do to move toward that? In our district, we went through this, and we came up with 3 words that I can always remember as a board member. And because I've made a little, an acronym out of it. And it's inspire, empower, and thrive. We're going to inspire our students, we're going to empower our students so they will thrive. And so when I'm asked about that, I can just always say it's TIE, thrive, inspire, empower. That's the kind of thing you want to have as a board member. It's your elevator speech. You know, when someone has just a few seconds to tell them about your district, you say, here's what we're doing. Here's what we're accomplishing. And then you hold those standards. How will we know if kids are inspired? How will we know if they're empowered? And what are the ways they can be empowered? And then how will we know if they're thriving? And that way you can set progress reports and you can say, how are we doing on thriving this month or this year? Anyway, but I agree with you, Myra, that you need to have something short that quickly comes to mind and you can tell people about it and rally around it and have that common purpose together as a board. And then when things come up before the board, we can say, how will this help students to thrive? How will this help students to be engaged in their learning? And if we're moving away from that, then we need to rethink our vision. Anyway, so, yeah.
I just, because I can remember this because at one time it was just we build futures. You remember that? So what happened, I think what happened, people wanted more of an explanation. So we went from a short version to an a version that was more explicative.
Yeah.
So now we want to go back to the 3-word short version.
Well, the vision could be shorter. I think that's what you were calling for, Myra, right? The vision could be shorter, something you could remember real quickly, 1 sentence. And then your mission could be more complex. If you want to know more, I'll tell you more. Here's what we're doing in dual immersion. Here's what we're doing, and that's how we're helping kids to get this future that we want for them. What's that?
The mission.
I think those two should be reversed because
Yeah.
really the why is what we're doing. We build futures for our students.
And then the what
And
is the
so
mission.
that's the vision.
Yeah.
Is the why.
Right.
And the what would be the mission.
Yeah.
So that should be reversed because.
Yeah. So if you're working on it, just think about that.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you might look at great speeches. That if you Google visionary speeches, you'll see some things that have stuck with people, and they're not a long thing. They're a piece within a speech. Anyway, so something to think about. It helps rally the whole community around those ideas, rally the principals, rally the teachers. We actually have awards that we give out at each level, like teacher and then classified staff and then administrator, and we use our vision, those 3 words. How are they doing those things? How are they embodying the district vision? Anyway, all right. So, but you do have a common purpose. You have equity, achievement, and community. There's 3 words. So, I would suggest that it's something you would come back to. The other thing you want to think about is our common moral purpose ought to be about student learning and achievement and well-being. And so CSBA has written a book. They've published this every few years. They're working on it again right now. This was published in 2017, and it talks about what boards can do to affect student learning. And so here's just some of the things, and we're not going to go over all these, but just to show you that there are things that boards can do that can significantly affect student learning and achievement and well-being. All right, let's see. This is just another quote from the Governance Core on shared moral imperative. And y'all know Margaret Wheatley. Margaret Wheatley is a physicist, surprisingly. But she says that beliefs and values are the attractors that hold human organizations together, out of which organizational purpose is derived. So, I'm going to spend a few minutes right now, and then we'll be taking a break in just a couple of minutes, identifying your personal beliefs. In your packet, on the left-hand side, a few back, is something called personal beliefs. It looks like this. This is an independent activity. So here's what you're going to do. You have something to write with. I want you to find 10 personal beliefs that you hold on this list. Does everybody find it? Anybody not find it? We're good? Check off 10 personal beliefs. If you check off more than 10, narrow it to 10.
I just did this in my CSBA class, and this is really awesome. I love it.
Good. I got another awesome one coming up next that I'll bet you haven't done. Anybody that hasn't found 10 yet? Uh-oh, okay. I want you to do this relatively quickly. Don't belabor it. Just crank 10. I got one person done. I got 2 people done. 3. Okay, here's what you're going to do now. If you have 10 or more, cut those 10 down to 5. Find the 5 that are most important to you, the 5 that you just can't live without. Who has 5? Put up your hand with 5 little fingers if you have 5. Just got a couple more to go, okay. Okay. Got 5? All right. What I'm going to do is go over that we find and see how many common priority beliefs we have. Oh, yep, just your 5. So, Sue, you spoke, so give me your 5.
Creativity, equality, security.
Wait a second, you're too fast for me.
You said quality?
Creativity,
Quality, got it.
equality.
Which quality? Quality relationships or quality?
Equality.
Oh, equality.
Equality.
I'm sorry. Good thing I said that. I got it. Equality,
Security,
security,
serenity,
serenity,
wisdom.
wisdom. Who wants to go next? Amy?
Accountability,
Got it?
growth, honesty,
You're going too fast.
sorry,
Growth, honesty,
leadership, and ethical practice.
I missed one of them.
Let me go in order.
After-
Accountability, ethical
There
practice,
you go.
growth,
Growth.
honesty,
Oh,
and
now
leadership.
Now you're making it easier for me. Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. Okay, who's got another one? Myra?
Yes, we'll just go around. Accountability,
Okay.
democracy, effectiveness,
Wait a minute. Okay.
Effectiveness. Got it.
fun,
Fun?
yes,
Oh, great.
and honesty.
And honesty. Okay. Brad?
Competition,
Competition.
creativity, effectiveness, meaningful work, and responsibility.
Thank you for doing them in alphabetical order. It helps me quite a bit. Okay. Ben? Growth. Inner harmony. Optimism. Self-respect. Okay. Renetta?
Did you say growth, Dr. Dry?
He had growth, yes.
Okay. I had growth, integrity, optimism, religion, and wisdom.
And wisdom. Okay. So let me tell you what I heard. I heard that some common beliefs we hold are effectiveness and growth. Each had 3 people. Check those off. Then accountability, creativity, honesty, optimism, and wisdom had 2 checks. That adds up to, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have 7 personal beliefs that we hold in common by at least 2 governance team members. Want to cut those down to 5. So we want to look at accountability, honesty, optimism, and wisdom. And accountability, creativity, honesty, optimism, and wisdom. And we want to cut that down to 2 of them. So I'm going to go around on a second round and ask you of those 4, pick 2. Creativity, honesty, optimism, and wisdom. So let's do a second round. Sue. Optimism and wisdom. Thank you. Renita?
My 2 would be optimism and wisdom.
Okay. Ben? Brad?
I would say optimism and accountability.
Optimism and accountability. And Myra?
The same,
The last 2?
yes.
So optimism and accountability. All right, so let me tell you what I have here.
I still have to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Amy, I'm sorry. You started last.
Accountability, was honesty one of them, or that was one we already agreed to?
Honesty is one of them.
I'm going to go accountability and honesty.
Okay. All right. So, in terms of total votes, accountability has 5. Honesty has 3. Optimism has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And wisdom has 5. So, if you're, I think we could probably confidently say that growth and effectiveness and optimism and accountability and wisdom are the common beliefs held by this board. Does anybody want to disagree with that?
You said, can you go over that? You said growth?
I'll start at the top. Accountability, effectiveness, growth, optimism, and wisdom.
Okay, I could agree.
Okay, so we do this exercise so you can remember what you have in common. With the descriptions of how you grew up and how it influences your decision making, that's how we're different. These are some of the ways we're the same. And so typically when we develop a governance handbook for school boards, we will put these in there to remind you of here's what you have in common. And here's what you can work together on. The next phase is finding out how you're different. So here's the next activity. This is something called the Governance Working Styles Questionnaire. So I will write these up for you, by the way, or I'll leave them with Ben to write up. So you can have these somewhere. And if in the future you choose to develop a governance handbook, it's a way of writing down the things that you agree with and you're willing to work on together. And every time a new board member comes on, you review the governance handbook, you make changes to it that accommodate the newest board members. And it's a way of continuing the momentum of the board in the positive direction that you're going. So here's the next activity. On the left-hand side of your packets, you have something that looks like this. Governance Working Styles Questionnaire. And basically this was developed from the work of Michael Fullen. It is in the guidebook that goes along with this book of how you decide how you're different as board members. Amy said earlier that when she's on a team, every person has their role. This is finding out what your role is as a governance team member. This is to find out how you're different so you can trade on each other's strengths. If everyone wants to play shortstop on the baseball team, the team will not win. Someone's got to be a first baseman, somebody's got to be a second baseman, some people have to be in the field, some people have to be a catcher and a pitcher. Otherwise you don't win. Same with the school board. If you can take different roles and say how you work best, and you know how the others on your team work best, you can trade on that style that they bring to the table. And together, your decision making will be better because you're acknowledging the benefits and the values of different people. So here's how you do this. There's a task description, and then you put a number next to the one that's most like you, a number 1 if it's most like you, best describes you, and a 5 if it's least like you, least describes you, using all 5 numbers on every one A through E. So you'd read the first one. If takes time to do things right is like you, most like you, then you put a 1 there. If it's least like you, put a 5. If it's somewhat in between, you put the other numbers. You don't reuse any numbers. So you should have the numbers 1 through 5 somewhere in the A's to E's. Any question about how that works before I have you do it? Okay, so go ahead and put numbers on each one of those, and I'll tell you what to do with it next. I talked to her earlier, and she said that she has something. So that's. And then when you have yours done, if you just put your pen down, then I'll know you're done, like the old days when we took multiple choice tests. You didn't do this one because I created this one. Who was the trainer? Oh, just recently then. Oh, okay, yes, because we developed this over the summer. Okay. Was it Daryl? Okay. store this once you're done. So go to the next page, and there's a box that looks like that. And in each box, put the number that you gave for that answer. So for example, under question 1A, if your number was 1, you put a 1 in that box. If it was 5, you put a 5 in that box, or 3, 2, whatever. Fill that whole thing out, and then total them up across the bottom. And then you can take a break, take a restroom break, and then we'll come back and we'll analyze it and see how you can use that with your board. I'm going to bring up a different screen here. Don't need to go to the restaurant. At least get up and move around a little bit, because we've been sitting for about an hour and 45 minutes. The brain Okay, so here's how you use this. Here's how you use this, Brad. So you should have some, when you total them at the bottom on the sheet, you should have some numbers for each one of the different areas. And let's talk about what each one of those is. Your highest number is the thing that's least likely. Your lowest number is the one that's most. Okay?
Say it again.
Your lowest number is the one that's most likely.
Okay.
The highest number is the one that's least likely. So let's talk about what those areas are. The first one is data driven. I guess I'm supposed to be talking into the mic. The first one is data driven. And if you look on the next page, you'll see a description of that. People like hard data and real numbers. Strengths are in analyzing data, logical processing, and solving complex problems. Who has the lowest number as data driven? Okay, we've got 3 people that are data driven. Amy, Sue, and Ben. Okay, bottom line. Bottom line, oh, by the way, the behaviors of data-driven people are they ask a lot of what questions. They're known for saying, I think. Their primary focus is evidence-based. They want to take time to do things right. Okay, bottom line people. Bottom line people want to see tasks completed, list checks, projects tackled. They're action-oriented, wanting to make a decision and move forward. How many of those do we have? We have Brad. Is that right, Brad? This is good because we want some diversity on this team. Brad says things like how and I will, and he works quickly and efficiently. Does that fit? Does that fit? Okay. Now the next one is relationship people. Relationship people define an issue according to its impact on children and families. They care about the process. They're supportive, expressive, and emotionally oriented. Do we have any relationship people? Okay. Myra. Okay. So Myra says things like how and I feel, and processes need to be done harmoniously. By the way, if you have two numbers that are exactly the same, you raise your hand for both. So did anybody else have any of these others that have been the same so far? I'm sorry, the first one was what?
Data-driven and
Data-driven.
relationship.
Ah, okay. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a minute when we have so many data-driven people. All right, visionaries. Visionaries are big picture, idea-oriented in their approach. They serve as a catalyst for change, inventing solutions to problems, integrating and synthesizing disparate data. They often create the vision and inspire others to believe in it. How many visionaries do we have? We have 3. Okay, so visionaries say, what if? I want. Everything weighed within the context of the big picture. And then finally, historians. Historians' views are formed by past experiences in the district. Their dialogue is often shaped by strategies and efforts that did or did not work in the past. They ask questions like when, I remember, and reflections on the past practice. Do we have any historians? Ah, we have 0 historians. Okay, now we'll look at it from the other side. The number that is the largest number of yours that shows this is the thing that you're least like. Okay, so how many data-driven people do we have that their least way of operating is to look at data? We have 0. How many bottom line people do we have that's the least way of operating?
I don't know if I agree with that, but it's what it says.
Okay. Amy and Renita? Okay. Who has the highest number in relationships? Brad, okay. And then who has and Sue, your highest number in relationships too? Okay. And then visionary? How many people are, the highest number is visionary? Okay. And then how many people have the highest number in historian? 4. Okay. So what does this say about your board? And let's see, this is Mara, Brad, Ben, and Sue, right? Okay. So you had 0 people that had historian as their most important way of working on a governance team. And you have 4 people that are least interested in that piece. So that's the first thing to tell you about your board. Somehow, someone needs to step up and say, what happened in the past in this? What have we done in the past? Because none of you are going to naturally be there. So you're going to have to kind of force yourself, and maybe that's the role that the superintendent should take. I've done some research about it in the past. We did this with that. And why is history important to us? What's the old adage about history?
So that, yes.
If you don't
for
understand
your
history,
mistakes.
you're bound to repeat it.
And also things that have already been tried, and so that we were not kind of just spinning our wheels.
Yeah. So someone needs to force your group to think about the history. So, Ben, you're elected. The other thing is about data-driven. When everybody's data-driven, the other things might not be as important to the group. So each of you need to think about, how do I take my data-driven self, and that's Amy, Sue, Ben, and Myra, and open up to bottom line, relationship, and visionary. And if you take a look at the chart we have up here on the screen, this talks about how you interact across other board members that have either the same or different working styles. Yes, Sue.
So if you had a tie, because both of mine were the same number, the
Then-
data-driven and then
Then you're actually
visionary.
both of those things. So when you look at this, you have to look at both. And
Both,
your
okay.
2 were visionary and
Data-driven.
and historian.
No,
The 2 that were least
My-
like you, and the 2 that were most like you was data-driven and relationships.
visionary. I got 11, data-driven and visionary were both 11.
Oh, okay.
So it would be both of those, right, is what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So here's what you do. If you're working with another person that's data-driven, don't join with another demanding more data, because you'll be paralyzed by waiting for data. Certainly you need people who will focus on data, but if everybody's focusing on data and it looks like your board is, you paralyze yourself. You wait till you got it perfect before you do anything. You wait till the state gives you all the data before you do anything. We can't function that way as a team. We have to have some people that will become the person that champions data, and others go to their second most powerful and champion that part. And you can see, if everybody's data-driven, you're kind of stuck in that box, and you're frustrating team members, and you're unable to move ahead. But if a data-driven person is working with a bottom-line person, like Brad, take a deep breath, relax, slow down while explaining that you have considered all data and options before moving ahead. Now, Brad, on the other hand, in working with the data-driven, wants to organize your communication that begins with conclusions followed by supporting data and analysis. So you see, you don't have to ignore the other group. You say, here's where we find common ground. Tell me about your data. I'll tell you about my bottom line. Follow that? So if you just look at this chart, and this was supposed to be provided to you in the packet, and our person at CSBA didn't copy it, even though I sent it to her, and I didn't print it either because I thought it was going to be in your packet. I will send this to you. I believe this is a powerful tool that says that our common ground is critical, but our differences are critical too. As I said, when you have different players on the team, you play different roles. And you want to know that your fallback role is going to be, for Brad, bottom line. But you got to open up to some of the others. And for you, relationships would be one, because that's one of your least favorite. So you want to think, why did that happen? Mine wouldn't have gone dead that fast. Anyway, so I will send this to you. We won't spend a lot more time on it today. But I'm just trying to show you the power of things you have in common. And the power of things that you have that make you a strong team. Don't think because you're different, you're weak. Because you're different, you're stronger. And so we want to use those differences to create strength and diversity. Like I said, printed would have been much better because you could see the top lines on it. But basically, because you don't have a real historian, you want to make sure those of you that are focusing on vision and relationships ask the kind of questions that are in here or work in the kind of ways that history does come forward. And for the visionaries, Sue and Ben and Renita, you want to make sure that you don't get so visionary as you're working with visionaries, which would be the second to the right column. Do not become disappointed if other team members are not as inspired to adopt changes according to your common vision. So the three of you get together and say, here's something we ought to do. This is the big picture. Don't get so disappointed, but people who are data-driven or bottom-line driven or relationship-driven don't see it the way you do. Don't see your vision the same. And anyway, this can be a roadmap to say, okay, how am I going to deal with Amy? I know that Amy is data-driven. I really want to get this visionary thing going here. And so Sue wants to get more vision. The way to work with Amy is to look across data-driven and visionary. And you're the one on the left-hand side, your colleagues are the one across the top. So it gives you a little roadmap to think, okay, how am I going to go in and have this conversation at the board meeting and find common ground? The way is to deal with each person's governance working style to see how you might work together better. It's the secret sauce to every board, working together better even though you come from different perspectives. All right, and with that, let's go back to the other. Any questions about that? Okay, so, yes, Brad. Yeah, I was going to have them put them on the wall, but we're kind of going bad on time. But I'll tell you, for the ones that are their priorities, Amy, Sue, Ben, and Myra are data-driven. Brad is bottom-line driven. Myra is relationship-driven. Sue, Ben, and Renita are visionaries. And we have no historians. But we have Myra, Brad, Ben, and Sue as anti-historian. And we have no anti-visionaries. And we have Brad and Sue that their weakest is relationships. And we have Amy and Renita as bottom line is their weakest. And no one is against data-driven. None. Okay, yeah.
So my two are tied, and then the third is bottom line. So I would still rank in that number 2 area for bottom line.
And that's something I failed to state. You may have some that are close to, like they're number 2 on your list. And so if you have a chance to talk about these another time, you can go, okay, my second strength is this one. And it's almost, and that way you can also find your common ground. The key is we separate it into those 1s and 5s because those are really strong. The ones in the middle are not as strong because you've said sometimes it's your preference of working, sometimes not. So we kind of ignore the 2s, 3s, and 4s. But if you're having a formal governance training, like an effective governance training or governance session to build a governance handbook, you'd spend more time on this and really figure out, okay, how do we work with each other to get things done here? Because this is really the roadmap to getting things done as a team that have a common purpose but different skills, different interests, different belief systems. Okay? All right.
Would you suggest that this is reviewed on a regular basis just to
What CSBA
reorient
recommends is that you build a governance handbook and you review it every time a new board member comes on, and sometimes even between if you don't have more new member, because circumstances change and you want to look at those protocols again, you want to look at those working styles again. You want to see that you're still in the same place you were when you built your governance handbook. And I don't think you all have a governance handbook.
No, we currently don't, but it is something that Vice President Critchfield and I have discussed with Superintendent. And we do have our new student board members every year, so perhaps it can coincide with that whenever, the board decides that.
We built our first governance handbook just about 10 years ago now, and we've had 3 new board members since then. And it's been very powerful. When a new board member comes in, we have a study session like this. We go over the whole handbook. We make changes to it. We make sure the voice of the new board members are included in it now. And there's ownership in the way we operate with each other. And it's a dream working on my board. I mean, it's really nice. We have 3 young Latinas and an old grandma and me. And so it's a great board. We have very different perspectives. Our governance handbook and our governance work has really made a difference there. So I would encourage you to consider doing that. Okay. So here's working together. Together we're an ocean. Individually we're a drop. The team has different backgrounds with a common purpose, working together for identified goals. Because some of you have gone through MIG and some of you haven't, I wanted to introduce you to this. In your packet on the left-hand side is a beautiful color slide of this. This is CSBA's perspective on how you grow as a board member. It starts in the upper left-hand corner with an individual governance mindset. Just very briefly, that means you run for the board as an individual. You get elected as an individual. And you're all about telling people what you're going to do when you get elected. There's been no one in the world that's ever run for the board said, I'll do absolutely nothing when I get on the board. But that's the individual things you want to do. Then you transition to working as a collaborative team. That's that little orange box, number 2. And then number 3, you transition to a team governance mindset, where you start to begin to understand each other, work together as a team, play your roles, and also move toward that unity of purpose. Then in the purple box are the 5 responsibilities of board members. And in your packet is also a slide on that. I think anyway, I'll show you that in a minute. And then there's the functions of the district, and these are the modules for the 5 courses in the Masters in Governance. Setting direction, student learning and achievement, finance, facilities, human resources, policy and judicial review, collective bargaining, community relations and advocacy. So those are the 10 big functions of a district board, all the things you have responsibility for. And along the bottom, number 6 is if you pay attention to current trends and issues in public education, then you hopefully will reach the one going up the side, number 7, which is success for each and every student. That's the theory behind this. This was developed over 25 years ago. It gets tweaked from year to year as things work. But the research that we've collected suggests that when these 7 areas are paid attention to, you have an effective governance team. And so that's what you do when you build a governance handbook, is you approach that effective governance team. Another quote from the governance core: it's not just about passing policies, it's about what superintendents and boards do together and how they do it. So it's not just what you do, but how you do it. All right, so here's some examples of effective boards. You're focused. You communicate a common vision. You operate with integrity and trust. You treat everyone with dignity and respect, not just each other on the board and the superintendent, but also all the members of the community that come to speak to you. You govern with policy, standards, and ethics. You take collective responsibility for board performance. What I mean by that is, well, I'll show you that in a minute. You ensure there are multiple voices in the community that inform board deliberations. There are also multiple voices on this team that all need to be recognized and utilized in decisions. So an effective board then has 4 pillars: a unity of purpose with a moral imperative. Moral imperative means it comes from your values and beliefs. You have a common understanding of your roles and responsibilities, that each of you on the board, both the president, the vice president, and the clerk, as well as the superintendent. Agreements for sustaining a positive governance culture. You want a culture that basically speaks to the community. This is how we expect our children to treat each other. This is how we expect parents to treat their children. This is how we expect parents to treat each other. Oh, and then you have protocols for a supportive structure, saying here's how we do things around here. And the basis of a high-functioning board, an effective board, it starts with trust of one another. And that's the foundation in blue. And then everything else is built on that. Built on that, once you have trust, is respect, and then open communication, and then confidence in one another and the decisions that you make. And here's what happens if you don't have trust. If you have an absence of trust, then you have fear and conflict, you have a lack of commitment, you have avoidance of accountability, and then you have inattentiveness to results. So trust, it's like a house of cards, tough to build, easy to destroy. I had someone describe trust the other day as like when you crumple up a piece of paper, that's when you've lost trust, and you can smooth it over, but it'll never be the same. So maintaining your trust in one another and in your community and in your superintendent and in your board is critical to be high functioning as a board. You have to have open and honest conversations, which is one of the things that you selected as a agreement, a norm for this meeting. And this is a thing that a lot of board members forget. It's not just about what you say, it's how you say it. So this is some research that was done several years ago at my alma mater, UCLA. And when we communicate, we use words, we use voice tonality, and we use body language. They represent 55, 38, and 7%. Which one do you think is the 55%? In terms of communication,
language.
which one do you think is 55?
Body language.
Any other thoughts? Body language is 55%. So what does that mean? It means it's not what you say. It's what your body's doing, either when you're not saying anything or when you're saying it. So if you're rolling your eyes when someone else is speaking, when you do this, it's sending more information than the words you use. So which one do you think is 38 and which one do you think is 7?
Voice tonality is 38.
Did you read this research already? Okay. Voice tonality is indeed 38. So if you say something like this, it's saying something totally different than if you say something like this. And then finally, the words you use are only 7% of what you're communicating. What this says to us as board members is we've got to pay attention to how we look to the public. We're all on camera now, and they're seeing all these body language. They're seeing 55% of what you're not even saying. And it communicates a lot. So it's critical that we pay attention to how we are perceived and make sure that what we believe is actually coming through our body language and our voice tonality. We want open communication. We want regular discussions. We want annual board self-evaluation to tell the public that we hold ourselves accountable as well. We're a model for our children and how they should behave not only now but in the future. So the next part is understanding our roles and responsibilities. The reason we did this piece on effective governance is the first part of the board self-evaluation was on effective governance. The second part was on board responsibilities. So we're covering this quickly before we look at your results. And so when you're on a board, you are representing your constituents' values and beliefs. That's the most important thing that we do as board members. And it comes down to this chart. This is also in your packet in color. To me, this is the most important chart CSBA ever developed. And I want to explain it to you so you see it. Now, those of you who've done Masters in Governance, you've seen it before. You see these two circles. There's a yellow circle and a blue circle. The yellow circle is the governance team, the board and the superintendent. And it's values-driven. The decisions are values-driven, and they are the what is going to happen in the school district. Then we hand it over to the skills team, the administration, the teachers, and the staff, and they say how. So we say what we want to see accomplished, they say how. If we get over into the how, we are now using our skills. So some of you are teachers, 3 of you are teachers, and so, in fact, 4 of you are teachers. And so if you sit in your board seat and say, here's how it should be done, we are substituting our skill for the skill of the people that work for us. And when I first got on the board, it's the hardest thing I had to do was to take off my administration hat and say, I'm here to represent the values and beliefs of my community. And the superintendent, who we have on board, your job is to get your specialist staff and figure out how to make it happen. So we think in the terms of the values, the beliefs, the vision, the policies, the priorities, and then we hand it over to the staff and say, come up with the how. We then evaluate the hows they come up with through our belief systems. Nothing wrong with that. But we don't substitute our skill, knowledge, for the skill of the people we hire. And remember that the superintendent is in both yellow and blue, because the superintendent is both skills-driven and values-driven, but the superintendent's job is to listen to the values, the vision, and the mission, and the policies of the board. And so what's in between there are the strategic goals and the success indicators. Where do we find our strategic goals these days? Where are they written? The LCAP plan. We have our goals, we have our success indicators in the measurable ways. So that is a key component. A lot of our boards don't pay enough attention to their LCAP. The LCAP is the strategic plan for the district. It lays out not only the actions that we want done, but how much money we're willing to spend on them. In California, up until 2014, we did not, as board members, really have that authority. The state always made those decisions for us. Now we have that authority, and yet many of our colleagues don't utilize it. So every place I go, I say, you gotta utilize this, or it's gonna get taken away. It's gonna go back to where we just send a report to CDE and they tell us what to do and how to do it. We now have the authority to do it district by district around the state. And it means that we need to take a lot more accountability on ourselves to make that LCAP plan really make a difference for student learning and well-being. And so that's the key to this chart. It was created over 20 years ago before we had LCAP and LCFF. But it is so important because that green area is the power the boards have now that we can't squander. We've got to really make sure we're using it to the fullest. So this is another a visual way of looking at it. We stay at the strategic and visionary level, whereas the administration works at the tactical level and the teachers and staff work at the operational level. And to the extent that we get down into the tactical level or the operational level, we're getting out of our role. We're moving out of our job. And so here's the 5 responsibilities of a board. At the strategic and visionary level, setting the direction, establishing the structure, creating a supportive environment, ensuring accountability, demonstrating community leadership. Those are the 5 things that we need to do at every single meeting, at every decision that we make. So the next thing is you have, by the way, did y'all know you don't have a board self-evaluation policy? These are the, these are the is the role of the board. I always like to remind board members what they have written in their policies. These are called bylaws because the 9,000s, even though they're board policies, are the bylaws for the board. And you have given yourself 5 responsibilities, and they are the same as those 5 right there. They're explained a little more, and this was adopted in 2013. Is there extras down there? There was 9,000, 9,200.
I'm trying to figure out which one I didn't get 9,000.
9,100.
That was the role of the president.
I need 9,000. Oh, forget it. Wait,
So you
no,
need
no, no.
121.
Thank you. That's it.
One more.
This one.
91. No, I
You
don't.
have this one.
No, I give it to her. So we need 2
Like
more.
I said, it was adopted in 2013.
Sorry, guys. I messed that up.
Then 9120.
Okay, now we've got it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So it tells you what the president is supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go over that one, just make sure, because we're coming up on the end of the presidential term, right, in December.
Yes.
So let's take a look at these. Call the meeting to order. Announce the business. Report board's policy, according to the Brown Act. Recognize persons who desire to speak. Oh, by the way, and I assume you know that, the Brown Act calls for the option of people to speak either in public comments or when the item comes before the board.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone's still from that.
No, we
Explain
don't,
the effect of the
but
motion.
it is possible.
Restrict discussion on the question. Rule on issues of common procedure. Motion to a vote. Be responsible for the order of conduct of all board meetings. Lots of alternate members. There's no president. Does not have to vote. But the board does not have to vote. So if you call for a voice vote, whether or not the president called on it, order, it would be 41 Disclaiming incidents, consulting with the superintendent, the subject of the board agenda, working with superintendent, your board members, identifying materials, next board approval, appointing and designing all committees, calling for meetings of board, and something that the president's spokesperson. That's what your policy says, so that's, you should be operating until you change policies and for your bylaws. Is there another 9,000 when I handed up? 9,000 something?
92.
Is there a 92?
92.
Yeah, 92, that's the one that, there you go. This is limits of board member authority. Yeah, I should have put these out ahead of time. This is called bad teaching strategy, right? Goes through the teachers if you're evaluating the passing out of papers is not good. Okay? So limits of authority of individual board members. Recognize the board as a unit of authority over the district. Board member has no individual authority. That's always a tough one because you run as an individual, but you have no individual authority. Hold the education of students above all partisan principles, group of interest, or personal interests. Unless agreed to by the board as a whole, the board shall not exercise any administrative responsibility with respect to schools or command of services of any school employee. I'm sure you don't ever do this, but I've had board members that have gone through and said, "You need to mow this lawn." Is that appropriate? So giving direction to any staff member would be inappropriate for any board member, including a president or a vice president or just a regular board member. Referring correspondence to the superintendent, individual boards do have the authority to resolve complaints. I assume you have a protocol on complaints. If someone complains to you, you refer them to the of contact, like if it's with a principal or a teacher, you ask them to deal with that first, then it rolls up to the superintendent level, but you don't intervene yourself because you're one member with no authority outside of the board meeting. Not not this session, but I'm bringing these to your attention because most board members don't even know what's in their bylaws because you don't look at them all the time. Again, this one was written in 2013. I don't think any of you were on the board in 2013, right? You were? Okay. So you're probably familiar with this one that came before you. By the way, there's something that also we remind board members of, not again part of this workshop, but there should be review of your policies from time to time. If you went through policy and judicial review in MIG, we recommend that you pick out policies every year and you find out if they're doing what you expected them to do. Good example of that is boards have policies on suspension or expulsion, and they found out that more special needs populations were being suspended than the average population, or more children of color. And they said that wasn't our intention, that wasn't the outcome we expected. So they went back in and looked at their policy and made changes to it so that those things wouldn't happen. That there'd be other steps that would keep kids in school. And so that's the kind of thing. You want to review the impact of your policies, not just whether the policy's language is right, but what's the impact? Is it having the impact we wanted? And then sometimes it's going through the superintendent to change administrative regulations because the regulation isn't implementing what you wanted in a policy. Often as board members, we have these large policy manuals and we can't get to all of them. So you have to pick a few out from time to time. And you can sometimes tell when you get data that something's not working. Like our suspension rate was really high among special needs kids. So we said, let's take a look at our policy, see if we're part of the problem here.
Can you expand on just policy versus administrative regulations?
Yeah, policy is what the board approves. Administrative regulations is how you're telling the administrators to implement the policy. And so that's why it comes from the superintendent, because the superintendent will enforce it. And it comes from the skill side of the house rather than from the value side of the house. So, so an AR, administrative regulation, often the board will want to see them, but you don't have to act on them because they're actually from the superintendent to tell the administrators that he or she evaluates, here's how I want you to implement this board policy. And then there's the third part of that is exhibits. You all know what exhibits are? It's like if there's a form that goes along with your policy, that's the exhibit. It shows people. A good example of that is a uniform complaint procedure. You probably have a policy on uniform complaint, and then you have a form that they fill out. So the form will be actually in your policies and accessible. And by the way, I want to commend you. Your policies are accessible. I've worked with boards that the public can't even get access to their policy, which is not legal. You have to show what the policies carry the weight of law. So you have to show people what the laws are if you expect them to follow.
I have a
Chuck?
question.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was
Brad.
going to ask, could you expand on the administrative regulations and what, if any, oversight the board has on that? Because that's still a little gray for me.
We always recommend that administrative regulations are prepared by the superintendent, and if the board wants to see them, they can ask for them, but we don't recommend they take action on them because they don't carry the power of law. Board policies do. And you don't want to be sued on an administrative regulation. You want to be sued on a policy because then it's built around your values and belief systems. And administrative regulations can be changed in a moment's notice if it's not being implemented properly. So if there's an AR that says do it this way and that's not working, it's not getting you the results you want, the superintendent can change that and start to enforce it immediately.
So there
So
should never, so there should never be a instance where we would try to adjust or revise an administrative regulation. It would be more of a conversation and.
You question it. What does this mean? How does this happen? What do you see? How do you see this affecting student learning or student well-being? Yeah, asking those kind of how questions. No, what questions? Yeah, rather than how. The how questions would be for the superintendent to give
So-
you skill advice.
So I'm going to give an example of something that's going to be looming soon. It's important to something that is important to the community and board at the same time in terms of our reorganization that occurs in the beginning of the school year. You all know what that means. So the desire to say, let's change board, I'm going to propose some kind of board policy change that accompanies some administrative regulations that we're going to put in place. But I think the policy is what the board says, give directions to the school district, and then my staff and I then will come up with the procedures and processes and all that for you to consider, and then the two have to match.
And what we recommend is when the board has, like a need has come up in the district, that something is not going well, so the board builds a policy on it, and then you ask the superintendent to create an AR. We ask to have that AR come back to see if we think it's going to get the impact that the need came to the attention. Good example of that is when parents complain about something and you say, well, let's go back to our policy. Well, there's no policy on it. So we build a policy. Good example is like cell phone use. Cell phone use has become a safety issue for some families. They want their kid to have their cell phone all the time, and some schools don't want them to have their cell phones. So that's a common clash. I'm not taking the real controversy ones, but and then the policy is put in place about not using cell phones, and then the AR comes in saying, here's what you're supposed to do. In some cases, they take the cell phones away when kids come into class, and then the board says, well, that wasn't our intention because we want parents to be able to get a hold of their kid in case of emergency, and if there's, God forbid, some sort of lockdown in the school, they can call, text us and tell us what's going on. But so then they had to then tweak the AR so that it worked for what the board felt as representing parents needed to happen. So you can see, the superintendent has been in the role of principal. So building an AR, an administrative regulation, that an administrator can follow, he probably has more knowledge about it than anyone who hasn't been an administrator. So that's why you take that skill-based advice. If it doesn't look like it's going to work from your perspective, you either ask them to explain it, or what would happen if this was what it said. So definitely have conversations, definitely give input, but listen to the skills-based people who've run a school. And
How often should we be looking? Because I've never seen these. I don't even know where to find them. They're obviously not posted, right? So
no, they
when
are.
They are posted, where
You've
would they
got
be
a great-
posted?
You've got a great, on your website, you go under board, and you go down to the thing, and it says policies.
Not policies, but the administrative regulations. I've never seen those before. So how do we see them, or how do we ask for them, or how does that work?
They're also in assembly as well, so maybe another time we can go through just what that looks like in terms of where you will pull them from.
So
and all
Assembly
that.
is the software that your board policies come up in, so the ARs must be associated with it.
So there's like a where you can push the button and you can look at them. They're on there? Okay, sorry, I haven't seen them.
Not every district does it that way, so you have to see.
I just wanted to say, we actually just went through one of the administrative regulations when we were discussing the student board member and we went over the board policy. We didn't bombard the policy. The how, with the training and everything was developed separately, because you don't want to have the board policies, like really, really extensive. And then not only that, it's the law. Because it like in regards to like the training, we can train that, but we didn't want to put in there specifically that it has to have to happen by this time or whatever. But it is going to happen, and he has a procedure for that. So,
As I'm looking at, this is such an important piece in this juncture right now. I think, can you expand on just the complexity of the systems? But when board members come in, not just here, any place I've seen, they may not understand how the whole system works together. And a simple thing as a superintendent or administration saying we need specific PLC times, this, that, to produce something bigger, that's not something a layperson would understand. What do you suggest as we go over administrative regulations and just our practices and all that, so that way there's comfort, at least from the board, that there's actions being taken to support the board? And what do you suggest?
Well, there's two things that come to my mind. One is that when you're building your LCAP, you'll have goals you're trying to meet and actions that you expect administrators and teachers to take. And then you'll have in there, to implement this, here's the action that you need to take. And it'll be a PLC, or it'll be some kind of trainings. That'll be right in there, and there'll be the amount of money in it. That's where that conversation goes on. It goes on in the LCAP plan or LCAP revision. Remember, you can revise your LCAP anytime during the year. If you haven't thought of something and something comes up, you can make that revision. You can reallocate resources, things like that. We try to do it on a yearly basis, but you actually can do it. There's no thing against doing it. When it comes to other regulations, it's a matter of having that open and honest communication that we're talking about here at this meeting, saying, here's what our team has come up with that they need to implement this policy. So here's the training that needs to go along with it. And it's a matter of giving the board your best thinking, the staff best thinking, the other leadership best thinking on how to make this happen. And if it requires funding, then it requires board action to make a budget change to make that happen. So that's why you got to have that open and honest communication about what you're trying to accomplish. Am I missing something else on system that you?
No, that's about it. I think that comes into our characteristics of how we lead because I can definitely see people saying I want this now. As superintendent, I'm thinking about the processes and systems that I have to get to there, but explaining that to people because the work is done at the site. It's not done here at the district office, it's done at the site. And
And you just pointed out something else that's real important. Not every school is the same. So in members of board, you might have different solutions at different schools based on where that school is and what training they've taken in the past. You have how many schools? 14? Yeah. So if you got 14 or 15 schools, you've got different things going on at different schools, different levels of expertise. And so we always have to remind ourselves, we have only 11 schools, but our schools are very different. With the leadership they've had, they're progressing differently in student well-being and student learning. And individualization, we know it's important for students. It's also important for teachers. Not giving everybody the same training doesn't usually work.
And just to clarify, Mr. Weiss, what you're saying is that the board, when they updates or creates new policy, will then change or create new ARs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And maybe not every policy needs an administrative regulation, but you should consider one. Because policy should be very general. AR should be very specific. Here's what I expect you to do. AR should be something that whoever supervises the principals or the assistant superintendents can actually say, let's see if you're doing the administrative regulation as it was written. And it should be very clear. The board, in many cases, wants to see them so they can see, yep, this looks like it'll implement what we're talking about. Or kind of missed the target here. Bring back another version of it that will seem to get what we are hoping for.
But the ultimate responsibility is the superintendent.
For
the
for
AR.
building an AR, yeah, I really think it is.
Mhm.
Because they've sat in that chair, they've done
Right,
that
I
work,
just wanted for clarification.
and it's hard. It'd be like if whatever business you're in, if somebody who'd never done that work before came in and said you should do it this way, you go, what? What? You know. All right, next step. We're almost done with this, so we can get to. I guess we're gonna do after lunch. We're gonna look at your self-evaluation, but I've given you a bunch of stuff on effective governance. I want to see what you think an effective trustee looks like as a result of this. And I want you to do this in pairs. And I want you to speak with somebody you don't normally speak with. So look around the room, not those people. Look around the room. Get eyes with somebody who you don't normally talk with, including the superintendent, because there's 6 of you. So everybody's going to be in pairs. Has everybody got somebody they're going to talk with? Well, you're going to get a you're going to get a second chance. So in round 1, you can be with one person, and then round 2 you can be with another person. So
I'll do a leftover, so give me a leftover.
I'll start with Rita.
Sue, do you have a partner? Myra and Sue. Okay. And Ben. And Brad. We're going to have a second round. Does everyone have a pair to work with?
Yes.
Okay. Please move to where that pair is and answer the question. What are the attributes of an effective trustee? There's a second round on this, so don't worry. Write them down. Somebody write them down, so we'll have the attributes of an effective trustee. Yes, sir. No, just brainstorm right now. Attributes of an effective trustee. So brainstorm them and then find ones you agree on. quietest brainstorming I've ever heard. Okay. Yes, sir. Could be. I've worked with Julie. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Somebody's listening. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm going to ask you to wrap up your conversation in the next 30 seconds, please. Ask my lovely Anna Bonnie White to come forward. Over here. Okay, so have you reached some agreement on the things that you believe as a pair describe an effective trustee, the attributes of an effective trustee? So have some agreement? Okay, who would like to share the first one you have? Let's start.
Being open-minded.
Write these all down. Have one for this too.
We said honesty,
Ethical. Ethical.
Being a good listener. Being a good listener. Brad, only you.
Let me see if we didn't have that. Respectful.
Oh, no, we're not going to repeat. We're going to say disseminate resources correctly.
we have also communicate,
Humility. Or humble.
Being able to analyze and interpret data and use it. Interpret.
Confidentiality.
Yep.
Open to new ideas, but not completely swayed.
knowing your role.
Just enough room for that on the very bottom. Now what I want you to do is change partners, get with another pair, try to find somebody you don't normally talk with, make eye contact, or wink or whatever, but get a pair. And then we have a second question. So, you got a partner?
You got slack. I'll take the leftover.
Oh, you got ready?
Here's the question. What are the attributes of an effective board? What are the attributes of an effective school? Yeah, not wood board. Effective school board. Brainstorm, come up with them, and then find the way we'll do it.
Let's do this. So.
These are still up here for you in case you want to incorporate some of these, but these are what, as a team. You can try to wrap up your conversation about 30 seconds. Appreciate it. So, we have our attributes of effective trustees. Now, what are your ideas and attributes of an effective board? Okay, let's start with Amy.
Being respectful.
Respectful.
We have that already.
And Myra and Anita.
Understanding.
And Sue, Brad.
Collaborative.
Oh, I like that. Not that I don't like the other one, but. And Ben?
Knowing roles.
Knowing roles. Myra or Anita?
Keeping the future in mind.
Keeping the future in mind.
Positive governance. Positive governance.
Being prepared.
Discussions on the dais are not personal, but be careful how we say things. Discussions on the dais are not personal, but be careful how we say things.
Cooperation.
I have two good ones. Student-centered and solution-oriented.
Keeping our keeping our focus on the whole picture, even though we may be focusing on one issue. You know, just knowing that. Yeah. Yeah, the whole picture. Even though we may be targeting one area, it's not because we're ignoring the other things.
Ensure accountability.
To wrap this up, first I want. What's that? No, we're doing okay with that. So here's something I want you to look at on the screen. Never been a successful board member, I'm an unsuccessful board. So take a look at the two charts we have over there. There's a lot of commonality. I see respectful on both. I see. What else? Student-centered on both. What else do you see on both? Was there something about communication on both? Knowing your roles on both? Okay. All right. So this is the start of a governance handbook that says what you should ascribe to as a board on this point and as an individual on this point. This is something you say, this is what we expect of each other, this is what I expect of myself. The reason we did this whole session is because you haven't gone through effective governance training and you were asked to rate your effectiveness of governance. I want to make sure you have this background so as you look at them again after lunch, you keep in mind what we've just come up with in terms of what is an effective board member, what's an effective board. With that is 12 noon, and it's time for a break. And how much time do you need, Sue, to get back to start after lunch? A half an hour, but if that's not enough time, we can take a little longer. 45? Okay, so we'll come back together at 12:45, and there's lunch available to us in the room over here. And so let's give yourself a round of applause for the hard work this morning. You did a lot of good work.
Welcome back to the Board of Education Workshop, November 11th to 2023. We went to lunch break at 12:01, and we will be continuing on from 12:51 p.m. Yes, Dr. Weiss, please.
Okay. And by the way, my family pronounces our name Weiss, and we're probably the only ones that do. And the story is, when they came through Ellis Island 5 generations ago, they said, how do you say this in American? And they said, well, when there's two vowels together, the first one says its name. The two vowels go walking, the first one does the talking. So it's got to be Weiss. And I think we're the only ones in our family that uses that. The rest of the family is still back east and in St. Louis, and they're Weiss, spelled the same way. And then a lot of people have 2 S's. I always tell people my family couldn't afford the second S. So anyway, that's where you are. Okay. So there's a bit of trivia that you... All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to look at your board self-evaluation results. And it looks like what's on the screen, but just to orient you to it, I think there's also something in your handout that says how to read a board self-evaluation. So just as a reminder, you've decided to do this board self-evaluation, and the results come back with these greens, blues, yellows, and reds. Greens mean that it's considered a strength by all board members. Blues mean it's a strength by a majority of board members. Yellow means it's an area of growth for the majority of board members, and red means an area of growth for all board members. And so, if you take a look at yours, you each took this independently. As you glance through it quickly, it's 5 pages. There are presently no greens. Now I say presently because you've never done this before. This is your first time going through it. You haven't all gone through conditions of effective governance before, so some of the language may not have been something you understood. And then the board responsibilities are the second half, which start on page 4. And again, because you haven't all gone through Masters in Governance, you may not have heard about all these board responsibilities. So you can consider this a baseline, a starting point. And what we recommend at CSBA is that this shouldn't be a one-time thing. That you should start with it, you should come up with a plan for what to do about certain areas. And the other thing I want to tell you is we recommend don't try to do everything. Pick a few things that you want to work on. Record the agreements you have of how you're going to work on them, and then check in on those from time to time. We usually recommend that you put on a board agenda some of those things you're working on and say, how are we doing? And go around the room and say, here's how we think we're doing. And that gives you some initial feedback on progress you're making. And each quarter, then you do that. And then at the end of the year, you again take an annual self-evaluation, see if it's changing, see if you're making progress. Same way we do it with student learning, right? We find out where they are at the beginning, we give them some instruction, we assess them again, we find out how they're doing. We don't wait till the end of the year to assess because you can't make any changes when the year's over. So that's why these quarterly kind of feedback sessions will help you grow as a board. Question?
Yes. How long should the cycle be? Like 6 weeks to, or would it be like a whole year?
Do you meet monthly?
We do.
Yeah. So
Twice.
You have then 3 months. Okay. Well, you have 3 months. So sometime in one of those 2 board meetings that 3rd month, and then the 6th month, the 9th month, and then do the annual again at the 12th month.
What would that look like as far as just doing the check-in on this?
So what it looks like is by the end of today, you'll develop a few protocols for the things you want to work on. And you're checking in to say, are we doing them? Often when we talk about our own governance, we forget to look at ourselves and say, are we progressing?
Right.
You can't progress on everything, so you'll pick a few by the end of today's session.
Right.
You'll develop a few protocols for those. You'll write those down like we did before on these other things. You'll type those up and go to every board member to remind you this is what we're working on. And then you put on the agenda quarterly evaluation of progress on our board self-evaluation. And it's an open-ended statement. How do you all think we're doing? What I do when we do this is I say, I want everyone to respond how you think we're doing on this. And they go around, I think we're doing fine. I don't think we're doing enough. Okay, let's talk about that a little more. What else should we be doing? Well, the protocol says this. We're only doing the first part of it, not the second part of it. Something like that.
But it'd be like a fairly quick.
Yeah.
Put it on the agenda, go around, but it's not it shouldn't be a huge time.
No.
Okay.
And we don't even recommend doing a form for it. We say, let's just have a check-in. We call it the school board self-evaluation check-in. And we ask everyone to comment. It might be, I believe, the same thing Renita said. That's a check-in.
So would you recommend that we go like conditions of effective governance, or would you suggest we take pieces from each area?
At the end of today, we're
We'll
going
get
to pick a couple of areas that you're going to start with first. As you can see, there's a lot of things you could pick. So we're going to pick something that you think is important and you think you can do something about. And we're going to put a protocol together. We will do this, kind of like what you had up there with agreements. Those will become your agreements around the self-evaluation, and you'll check in on it. So say you'll have something that says board works together well. And your protocol is, when someone asks a question, I paraphrase to see if I've understood them so that we can work together well. That's your protocol. And you say, did we use that protocol for this quarter or not? So it's just not mad science. This is just real simple stuff about how you work together as a board.
And on the agenda, it would just be a discussion item.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, not an action item, just a discussion item. And then we do recommend, though, that you come back and do a board self-evaluation again and look for the areas of growth in the areas where you put protocols together. And you might even find areas of growth where you didn't put protocols together, just because you're working together better. Make sense? Okay, I think I left my water in the other room. Oh, that's okay. All right, so let's take a look at this. We're going to go down through them, and I have one of those right here. So, the first one is about the board is focused on achievement for all students. In fact, rather than me reading these to you, why don't you take a minute? I think this is the first time you've seen these in print, right? You didn't get sent these ahead of time. Okay, so why don't you take a look at them by area? The first area is unity of purpose. It's questions 1 through 6. If you'll take a look at those, and the way you read this, each person gave a rating on this as either almost always, often, less often, rarely, or not sure. So you can see on the first one person said almost always we do this. The next person said we often do it. And then 3 people said less often. So think about that. And what I want you to look at in each of these is there one of them in the 1 through 6 under board unity that you'd want to advocate for being something that you'd want to build a protocol for and work on in this first quarter? And Sue, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry we got started a little bit, but this is, you have your copy of the, okay, good. Okay. Is there one in that grouping that someone would like to advocate for building a protocol for? Now, we're not going to necessarily do all of these because, again, I want you to only pick a few protocols to work on. It gets overwhelming if you have too many. And remember that the red ones are the ones that there's most disagreement on. And you have a couple of yellows in that, which is the areas of growth for a majority of the board.
I would just advocate for number 4. I think the board works well together. I think that's, encapsulates a lot of the other ones. But not sure what actionable protocols we'll put in place, but I think that is something worth our attention.
Someone else? Myra?
I would advocate for number 2. The board is committed to a common vision. I think maybe once we see where we're all headed in the same direction, that working well together will kind of fall in place as well. Those are just my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Is there another one that someone would like to advocate for?
I still think number 1, I think everything should be student focused, so I would still say focusing on achievement for all students. That's my number 1.
Okay. Anyone else want to advocate for any of them 1 through 6? Okay, so we have 3 on the table there. Given those 3, or I'm sorry, I didn't ask you, Ben. Did you have any 1 or 2?
I think work together.
Work together. Okay.
Thank you. I agree with 1, 2, and 4. But I really think we really need to focus on district priorities so that, we can remain focused and don't get sidetracked or go off in a rabbit hole on things that, not that they don't matter, but because we want achievement for all students. But if we don't know how to stay and focus on the district priorities, we're going to miss the boat or that opportunity to make sure we're able to, focus on the kids. We need district priorities.
So that's number 3, Renita?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Sue, did you have any comments on the ones that are on the floor so far, which is 1, 2, 3, and 4, or something else?
I kind of see what Amy was saying and what Renita was saying as being synonymous, because we really, part of our district goal is to be student-centered. That's just how I see it.
Okay.
I think the last one maybe.
1 with 4? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
That's
No,
what-
with 3, I'm sorry, 1 and 3. Okay, I'm not going to make you pick one out of those yet, but keep in mind, we're not going to do all of these. Let's go on to the next grouping, which is roles and responsibilities, 7 through 11. Does anyone want to advocate for one of those in 7 through 11 that you think the board should develop protocols and hold themselves accountable to in at least the first quarter of this year, but possibly through the rest of the year?
I think for this one, number 9 is a little bit ambiguous for me, because how do we know who keeps confidential matters confidential? I don't know what she talks about or she talks about. So this one's really, that the answers here are really strange to me.
Thank you. I want to comment on that. So the board members keep confidential matters confidential. There have been instances to where, okay, for example, we were going through negotiations and it seemed like the teachers got information, specific information that was discussed only in closed session. And it's like, how do we know? How do we know who spoke what? So confidentiality is so important, and that we have to remember that when we're in closed session, it is for our ears only. I also, I'm sorry, and then I'll be quiet after this one. Individual board members do not attempt to direct the superintendent. I know for me, if I come up with information all the time because I go to all these conferences, there's so many exciting things going out. So I don't know how these different things could work for the district. So I don't give direction. I can't do that as an individual board member, but I come back and I'm excited. I'm like, this is what what I ran into at this conference. Check it out. That's all I do. I said, check it out and see if any of these things can work within our mission. Mm-hmm. But I leave it alone. Mm-hmm. So I don't say, I need you to do this, or I don't say, you need to use this. Mm-hmm. I'll just present it. Hey, can this work for us? Because I don't know not that I don't know what they're doing. It's just that I'm up here removed from the actual work.
Yeah.
So, and then if it's something that the superintendent thinks that can work, then he presents it to the board. Yeah. Like I wouldn't even bring it to my board members. I wouldn't say, hey, this. I may, in a statement, say, oh, I attended this conference and I did that, but.
When members of this board go to a conference, like a CSBA conference, do you report back things that you were interested in or learned? Do you each have a required report?
There's not a required report.
What we've done recently is we've said, when you hear something you're interested in, you should bring it back as part of your report. And we actually, after spending the amount of money we spend to send people to CSBA, we want them to say, what interested you? What surprised you? What's something that you think our district ought to be aware of? And so you give a little report. And that ends up in the minutes, and then the superintendent says, okay, let's pull these together. 3 people are interested in this PBIS program. Let's put that on the agenda in the future and talk about that.
So there's no formal way of us to present it. So when I come back,
Okay.
I'll just say, hey, I did this and I saw this,
Yeah,
and
okay.
whatever.
One suggestion is providing a vehicle for that.
Yes.
Because if you don't provide a vehicle, then it looks like because you've learned something about something that you want it done. And really what the steps should be, you learn something about something, you want to find out what the staff and leadership thinks about it, and then you want to decide if it'll fit for your district.
So
Yeah.
I think that that's what the intention was with the board reports, and that was what is perhaps was expected before.
That's where we put it too.
Yes.
It's board reports, but when we pray for everybody to come to a
Yes.
session, we say, now, mention what you got out of CSBA.
And I think we just need to refine that.
The reason we do it there is we
Because,
don't want
yeah.
people talking at CSBA about possible things that'll come on the agenda. So we
Yes.
hold your water and come into the
Mhm.
board meeting and talk about that there so the public knows
Mm-hmm.
this is an idea that we heard about.
Yeah,
Yes.
because in our public comment, we say little personal things too, probably, but reporting on a conference is different, so it would be nice to have, something, a protocol to go by.
Yeah.
That would be uniform, and we can even keep for record.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know.
I
That's
he-
it.
I think number 9 is still, I want to continue this conversation, though it's very concerning to me that these were the answers. One, in teacher negotiations, there's also the teacher side that could be leaking information, and I just can't believe that, well, you guys see the numbers, would it say, like, how do you know that? Like, how do you know what people are talking about? But 4 people on here said that we don't keep things confidential, and that's like, we are bound by that. So that is so discouraging to me, these answers.
So
And
something
I think that's
wanna
something that we
build
should
protocol.
obviously be focusing on if we 4 of us think that.
Okay.
I would make one comment on that is, and I think it goes back to our previous discussion about assumptions and, because I think there's, you don't know who's keeping what confidential, but I would hate to assume that somebody isn't, or not give people the benefit of the doubt, and then allow that to interfere with how we interact and work together. So I think that's a really big element of that, perhaps. I really don't know.
Well, and the whole idea behind having exceptions to the Open Meetings Act is because you're representing the district, you would change your position in negotiations, not only with SAPA, say, buying a piece of property, if the person on the other side of the negotiations knows what the board's limit is on something like that. So it's critical to maintain your fiduciary responsibility as a board member, that you don't share information with the people on the other side of the table. Your job is to make sure the district stays solvent. That's one of your major jobs, and also productive and effective. So, okay, that one's still on the list. Any others on 7 through 11 that people want to add to the list that we're going to narrow down?
Go ahead.
I would say the board member agree on the role and responsibilities of the board and the superintendent. I would say that it being a collaborative relationship, like we've spoken about in the past, but also being able to clearly identify what is not direction and what is part of that collaboration, because there are a lot of meetings and ideas, there's always ideas, but being able to establish that respectful relationship where we're separating those two things of collaboration and direction.
Very good. Anything else out of that 7 through 11? We have more. Let's go to the next page. On board culture, we have 12 through 17. We have our first blue in that one. Something that appears to have some strength from the majority of the board members. Board members usually discuss questions about agenda items with the superintendent prior to the board meeting. So there's something to pat yourself on the back. You have some agreement on that. Are there others in 7 through 16 that you want to spend some time working on?
On number 14, I think that it's going to be important to have like a governance calendar, or a governance handbook, because I don't know that we have norms on how we should treat each other.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be a good exercise for this team, because you did a lot of the work today to get started on it.
That was number 14, Miss Amy?
Yes.
Board manages internal conflicts in a productive manner.
Mike,
Thank you. So 13, I think the board manages internal conflict in a productive manner. I think that goes back to something that Brad alluded to is if there's confusion or misunderstanding or an assumption that something's happening, being frank about it and being direct about it.
Okay.
And not letting it fester.
I noticed that on both of your trustee attributes and board attributes, you have respect, which is 15. Is that something that you'd want to add to your possible list?
Yeah, I would comment that how we, with 13, how we manage internal conflicts, how we treat superintendent with respect, and then also the number 15, treat each other. I think it's about building that just culture of respect within the sixth member team.
Okay. Is there any others that someone wants to advocate for? Renita?
I want to advocate for us to demonstrate that we understand each other's perspective. I think that's so important because we have our own personal perception. We really need to understand the difference. We have to be able to put ourselves in the shoes of others and really think about the different angles. So I think understanding the perspectives, because we are all different, we really need to build up on that one. At least I think so.
Okay. You agree, Sue? Okay, let's go on to board operations, 19 through 24. Is there any of those someone wants to advocate for?
I think 19 and 18. I think one thing that we've done well in the past that we've gotten away from is being able to ask questions about agenda items ahead of time and receive those answers and clarification to reduce the amount of confusion during the board meeting. Or I would say those two together are very important.
You said 18 and 19?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I also want to remind that within that same focus, if it's not done on time, board members can still ask questions on the day of.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I want to remind everybody.
Also, we recommend that if you've asked a question that helps you make a decision on how to vote, you should make sure that information gets presented at the board meeting. So you'd either tell the superintendent, I'm going to ask this question again, so it'll be on the record, so people understand why I'm voting this way. Often our public don't realize some of the background that we didn't realize, and if we don't make that expressly there, they don't know why we made that decision. And it's important for them to know that.
I have one. Number 21.
Okay?
All board members receive the same information. There have been instances till things are happening and I have no idea why. It's, like blindside. I have no idea. Or I don't even know what it is. Someone was asking me about Alliance. I wouldn't know anything about it. I still don't know anything about it. And that's just one thing.
Okay.
So we all need to have the same information so that we can be on the same level. And a lot, it's minor, like little different changes, like, oh, when did we start doing that? So decisions are being made without me being informed. And they're minor. It's no big deal, but still, it's the respect. Let me know.
Do you have a Friday memo system where you get,
Yes, we do.
We have a Friday memo.
Okay.
Memo.
all right. Anything else someone wants to advocate for in 18 through 24? Okay, let's move on to board meetings, 25 through 31. Again, here's two opportunities for blues. Board members come to meetings prepared, and board confines its meetings to a reasonable length of time.
Again,
It was you see, it's really bipolar here. It's 3 and 2 split way apart. So 2 people disagree with that, and 3 people agree with that. That's number 29. So it is probably worth looking at again. I'll circle that one.
Number 29.
29. Oh, that's one I just said, yeah.
Okay.
I would say number 28, the board effectively uses data in its decision making. I think that's an area that we could definitely improve in getting more data to
And
make our
being as you have
decisions.
4, or is it 3 or 4 data people? Is it 4? 4 data people. Yeah, it sounds like that would be a good one.
Yeah, yeah. I think it'd be helpful.
Okay.
I want to go back to number 25, that the board agrees on the role of the board president in managing the board meetings.
Okay. Yeah, your board president description is not very detailed, and so it would be worth looking at. Because what you want is you want to make sure whoever sits in the board president seat does it the same way. So you kind of, that's your protocol, that's how it works. So that would actually be an easy one to do, because you would just take a look at your current bylaw. And I think some of you have gone through board president training, right?
Mhm.
So you could look at that material and see what is recommended and decide what will work best for you.
Did anybody else have another number? Because I have another number. You go first.
Number 30, there's a good relationship between that one. How long the board spends on agenda item and the importance of the item. I think there's that ratio is not good. So
I didn't spend time on that one slide I had, but the research on high-performing school districts shows that boards spend more time on student learning and well-being on those districts where they get higher achievement. Now, it's hard to tell whether it's causational or correlational, but it's pretty consistently correlational across the nation. So it is important to decide what you spend your most time on. We've actually revamped our board meeting in the last couple of years, where when we have our schools do a report at every board meeting, and we ask them to spend at least half of the time talking about student achievement and well-being, because we want to know what they're doing about that, because that's the major purpose of our district. So something to think about.
Because of that data and the importance of it, is there a recommendation, or do they say like we should be looking at our board meetings and timing what we spend and tracking it so that we see it? Because we
Yeah.
don't do that. I'm just wondering if it would be helpful.
Well, actually, the recommendation is to make sure that on every board meeting you have multiple items on learning, because we tend to fill board meetings with finance, purchasing, all these kind of things that are normal operations, and then if we have time, we do something on student learning. So what we've done is we put student learning up front. That's the first things we do. We have school reports, and then we have presentations by our Ed Services Department and our curriculum department. That way we kind of know what's going on with regard to instruction. We talk about programs like dual learning programs and things like that. How are they doing? And so it isn't, I don't know if it's amount of time per se spent on it, or the fact that you have items on your agenda.
I think we always have items like that on our agenda, but like my colleague was saying, what we spend our time on isn't always those items. It could be on something else.
And sometimes you have to, but in the big picture, you want to see what is the board discussing? What is the board learning about? What is the board communicating to your community about when they look at your board meetings? Is it about facilities or finance or collective bargaining or human resources, or is it about the students and what they're learning and how well they're doing?
So as a priority, then we should be looking, we can set that as a priority as a board if everybody agrees that we should be looking at
So that's
student.
like number 26.
achievement.
Board meeting agendas reflect district priorities.
Right. So if we're going to say we want to look at student achievement and student well-being as our two priorities in our board meetings, then we should be seeing that reflected in the agenda.
Right. So is that, are you recommending number 26?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to board development. There's only 4 there.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you have another one? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it may not, this could probably be like a really, really easy fix.
Okay.
The board effectively manages community input at board meetings.
Okay.
And just have a protocol in how we handle it. so that we won't get accidentally slip into trying to handle that as an individual board member.
Okay. All right. Okay, we have quite a few under this one.
Would it be
Six.
unproductive to ask like an example?
Let's come back to that, because we're gonna have to narrow these down.
Okay.
So let's leave something to talk about when we try to
All right.
narrow these down.
All right, we'll come back to it.
Okay. Board development, 32 through 35. Anybody want to those are all in the red. That was when you, in your annual organizational meeting, when you elect a president, a vice president, and a clerk, what's your process for doing it? As I said, our board, early on when we built our governance handbook, we said we want everybody to be board president within 5 years. So they get to sit in the seat, they get to look at it from 2 steps away, and then 1 step away. We can make sure they go to board president training. We actually, on board agenda development, by the second half of the year, the incoming president will sit with the president and the superintendent, develop the agenda so they know how that works. So it's a common training. And all of our, we have some very young women on our board, and they say, oh, I can't do that. We'll help you do that. We want everybody to do it. Because when everybody shares responsibility for leadership, then you become a better follower as well, because you know what's coming up. So anyway, that's what we do. That's just the way we handle it.
Is that established in board policy or something like that somewhere?
It is.
Or bylaws?
It is. So our annual organization meeting, there's no surprises, unless somebody's ill or a spouse is ill and they don't want to take on that seat, that they're still going to get nominated for it, and they can decline it, and then take the vote.
I think we need to look at that.
Okay? Anything else in 32 through 35?
I would say the board effectively orients new members.
Okay?
And I would say 33. I think it's important for everyone to take CSBA and to go through the training, so I think that's really important.
Okay? All right. Moving on. Now we're into the second half of this, which is board responsibilities. There are several blues in this one, but there are a lot of reds. So we're going to take them by section again. And then remember, we're going to be narrowing these down because you can't do everything at once. Okay, the first one is about your the way you set direction. It's items 36 through 39. Does anybody want to advocate for one of those that you think should be a priority for this year? Brad?
The board adopts clear and measurable indicators to assess district performance.
Okay, so how is that different from our LCAP?
So for clarification then, Brad, are you saying that the LCAP doesn't provide clear and measurable indicators of district performance?
I guess it's more about being able to be in touch with those indicators and be able to evaluate those and stay in tune as a board of what direction we're going.
Yeah, okay. By the way, I'll just tell you that this is a common problem across the state. I've been asked to come up to the Bay Area and work with a district. Because their LCAP plan is like 150 pages long, they want 2 cards that the board says, here's what we're about, here's what we're trying to do about it. And the LCAP plan was supposed to be that, but there is no real summary of it on 2 pages, so that's what they're working on. And I really think it should be part of the system. At the beginning of the LCAP plan, it says success, something about describe your successes, but it's in paragraph form, so it's not but what they want is they want bullet points. Here's the outcome we're looking for, here's what we're doing to make it happen, and here's our progress indicator to see whether it's happening or not. And then the board said they can just put that on the wall, or put it in the lunchroom, or whatever, so people can keep looking at it, because if you don't have the goal visible, it's no longer a goal.
Absolutely.
So-
And I think it's also about you just said is progress indicators. Like, how do we know we're meeting our expectations? Well, and if not, then how do we pivot? When do we pivot to make those changes?
And I was talking to you at lunchtime about the possibility of conducting program evaluations of individual actions that you're putting into place to see if they are making a difference, not just letting them go 3 years without checking out if they're working or not. Okay, so 39 is on the block for that one. Anything else under setting direction?
I like 38. The board uses the district's mission, core belief, and vision to drive district performance.
Okay.
So, just to make sure we stay focused, because they work so hard in developing it, we need to continue to look at it.
Okay.
And that way, we're covered. We have our goal in front of our face the entire time.
Yeah. And visions only work if you have them up and reminded of them. When they're in the back of the book or on the website where you don't know where they are, they don't have as much power.
We should have it here.
The only piece I want to add to this
the board
is, as we look at the outcomes, the expectation, and all that, we have to understand that there's going to have to be some process data along the way, because if the systems are not in place to even produce, it's a pie in the sky and it's a guess. We should be able to predict outcomes if the systems are working functionally. So sometimes it takes time to build a system in order to get to. While it's not that we ignore the outcomes, but understand that there's a point where we have to guess, while we strive to get to a place where we can predict.
Yeah, so that's the formative assessment. So you have progress along the way. So waiting until the end of the year to find out if something's happened is too late, because that year's gone. Especially for teachers, those kids are gone. So it's important to have formative, not a lot of times. Okay, let's move on to structure. 40 through 43. You have 2 blues and 2 reds. Is there anyone want to advocate for any of those to work on?
Number 42.
42. And who was that said
Me,
that?
Dr.
Sue, thank you. Any others if someone wants to advocate for? Hearing none, let's move on to the area of support. 44 through 47. We have a blue in there, 2 yellows and a red. Hearing none.
Sorry.
Oh, what,
Sorry.
Brad, go ahead.
I would say the board celebrates district accomplishments. I think highlighting the good work that is being done is an essential part of representing the district.
I have one. That's a good one too, Brad. Number 45, the board demonstrates support for the superintendent in carrying out board directives. He's our only employee, and he or she, our only employee, and we really have to support and trust that the superintendent can carry out our directive.
Okay. All right. Any others? Can we move on to accountability? That was one of the favorite beliefs, many of you. So there are items 48 through 53, and they're all in the red. Is there any that would like to make priorities for this year?
48. I think data is super important, and I think the timing of the data is really important, because if we analyze data in March, it's too late. It's way too late. We need to get it early on, before the semester ends.
Okay.
So that's 52?
She said 48.
48.
48, I'm sorry, because I saw 52 evaluates. Oh, sorry, I misread that.
Any others? So again, that's kind of following up on what we said before. The formative assessment data is important to have as a board, not waiting until the end of the year.
I would say the board evaluates the performance of the superintendent based on established expectations. That's something we could work
Number
on.
53.
Yes, sir.
I agree on that one.
Who is the agree? Thank you, Marla.
I don't think we need to add it, but obviously 52 is important, but I think we kind of agree that we're going to do this every year, so that was obviously one that we all disagreed on as well.
Okay.
Oh, I was saying 52, the board evaluates our own performance.
Oh,
We kind of
absolutely.
already talked about that, so if we just do this every year, then we kind of already solved that one,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yes.
But again, that could be a protocol you could create to make sure that it happens, because if we say we're gonna do something and we don't write it down, it's less likely to happen than if we write it down.
51,
Yeah.
the board monitors implementation of board policies.
Okay. All right, any others under accountability? I think this is the last, yeah, this is the last section. Community leadership, 54 through 58.
I would like us to look at number 54.
54?
Yes, because I think that we all get information, but we never necessarily have a way to answer those questions with the information we get to our communities, and we're having conversations about it. So if we can just, and I don't know if, looking at time, that, we can come up maybe perhaps somehow, a tool that doesn't necessarily bog down our staff,
Yeah.
nor us to be able to quickly create those.
And that one represents the most rated rarely of any of these in this category.
I think for me, 58 would be the most important, because I think the community engagement piece is huge.
Okay. Anything else under community leadership? Okay. So, let me tell you how many we have chosen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. As your consultant, I recommend you don't try to do 31.
Yay.
We actually suggest that you pick a few, not more than a handful of things to take on. Why? Because if you take on too many, you won't have the energy or the time to do all of them, and you'll feel like you didn't succeed. If you take on a few, like 5, and you diligently work on them, you can make a difference. And then the next year, you can pick up 5 more if you solve those first 5. If you don't solve the first 5, you keep some that you didn't solve. And then you pick up 4 more. That's what we recommend to boards. You can't do everything all the time. So, how are we going to take, what did I say, 25? 20, whatever? 31. How do we take 31 and get it down to 5? So what I want you to do is get into pairs again. Someone you didn't talk to in the 2 pairs we did this morning, and find 5 that you, as a pair, agree on. We're going to then have you report that out. We're going to see how much commonality we have, and we're going to get it to 5. I'm going to give you, because you're coming up with 5, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Don't dilly-dally. 5 minutes. Don't dilly-dally. I'm going to check in at 5 minutes to see if you're ready.
Mr. Weiss, could you just briefly go over the 31, just so we all have them in common?
Yes. Are
Thank
you
you.
ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
7, 9, 10. 13, 14, 15, 16.
Hold on. Say that again?
I didn't have 11. It was number 10. The board gives direction to the superintendent only at board meetings, I thought. Or was it 11? Ah, okay.
So repeat that.
Not
repeat
10.
Repeat that whole thing again. for the
Okay,
roll.
under roles and responsibility, it's 7, 9, 11. It's the odd numbers. Okay, going up to board culture, what I have, and correct me if I'm wrong, 13, 14, 15, 16. Under board operations, 18, 19, and 21. Under board meetings, which is the next page, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31. Oh, I missed a couple. Under board development, 32, 33, 34. Under board responsibilities, setting direction, 38, 39. Under structure, 42. Under support, 45 and 47. Under accountability, 48, 51, 52, 53. And in the last grouping, community leadership, 54 and 58. Now, I'm going to check in with you at 5 minutes. So if you don't get it done within 5 minutes, we'll try for another grouping. I'm going to have some lunch.
Okay,
What do you think of the first one? We only got 5, so board.
well, I think we should look at where we have the most problems.
Okay, that's the first 5 minutes. How much more time do you think you need? How many more time do you think you need, Myra and Brad, and I'm sorry, Amy? How much more time do you think you need? Okay. Okay, let's take 2 more minutes. Okay, so if you can wrap up your conversation in 30 seconds. So here's what we're going to do now. I'd like each team, each pair, to tell Bonnie what your number is, and she's going to put a word down, and then I want you to advocate for your other board members on why this is the highest priority. Okay? So who wants to go first to name their 5 and tell us why each one is your highest priority? And Bonnie, you don't need to write down all the priorities. I just want to be able to get the number and a key word. So here's the thing. Typically in conversations, you're thinking about what you're going to say when the person stops. In this conversation, you need to listen to the advocacy, because I'm going to ask you to vote on these when we get them all up there. All right? And I'm going to ask you to ask questions about the person presenting so you can find out what their rationale was for why this is the highest priority. So, what did I say your task is in this part? You're going to give your numbers. That's first task. While you're giving your numbers, what do the rest of you do? We listen. We don't talk to each other. We listen. And we ask questions. So you'll understand why that was a priority. Because it's not going to come back again until we ask you to vote. All right? So, who's going to go first?
We're good. We can start.
Okay, Myra, you got it. You and Amy have it. And wait till everyone's listening, because if they're talking, they're not going to know what you said. Yeah, and you're going to put them up there. Okay, all right. So what is your first number, Myra?
Our first number is 53.
53. And that is in the section called accountability.
Our second number,
Well,
second? Oh, no.
Before you go on, on that one, tell why. What's your advocacy? You're seeking votes for number 53. And the
So-
rest of you are to listen to why 53 is the most important one there.
So we chose 53 as our number one because our superintendent is our leader of our schools, of our district, as far as directing staff and his employees. We need to make sure that those expectations are clear, so that way if we need to make some changes within the school year, that we can easily have those conversations and identify where those issues lie, and then make sure that we make those recommendations in time, and then that they're also being executed the way that the superintendent decides to.
Okay, good advocacy for 53. What's your next one?
Our next one is, oh my God, I lost my page. What one? Oh, 28, the board effectively uses data in its decision-making.
There's a surprise. With 4 of you being working style data people.
So as far as advocacy, and please, Amy, Ms. Stewart, chime in whenever you feel you need to. We know that we have data all the time, but I think that it's more of the follow through with the data. Like, what exactly do these numbers mean? And sometimes when we get the data, we analyze it, we talk about it, but then what happens after that? So it's more of like the follow through with that data. What is our superintendent deciding to prioritize looking at that data? What programs, perhaps?
Yeah, I agree. I think just the effective use of it. Obviously, numbers don't lie, and I think it's very important. And if used wisely and in a good way, you can change the direction of students and what they're doing,
Okay.
and make it better. So yes.
Okay, what's your third one?
Our third one was number 19. Board members receive timely information.
Okay, what's your advocacy for that?
So on this one, I'm going to start off by saying that we know that our staff is very hardworking. So, and sometimes we do make a lot of questions that kind of need time for that follow through. But in recognizing that, there is also some information that we as board members need. But I don't think that it's because they do, like, it's purposefully omitted. It's just that maybe they don't understand our timeline as a board member. And just having that conversation, sitting down, making sure that we both, on both sides, understand that these are the time constraints our staff has. This is why the board needs this information prior, like maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. And it goes back to like planning backwards. Like, what's our goal? And then plan back. And as educators, we do that a lot.
I also think that having the information in a timely manner will eliminate some questions, especially on the dais, and it'll make our meetings go faster, which we all want to do. And I just think that it will help just with the productivity of everything. Our number 4 was number 39. The board adopts clear and measurable indicators to assess district performance.
So just for I believe that we kind of discussed this already when we asked Mr. Critchfield about, does this actually go over the LCAP data? And I believe that it is something that we need to delve into a little bit more. I agree with Mr. Critchfield, that Board Member Critchfield, that we need to, what does that look like? Is it effective? Are we being effective? Or are we just throwing programs and money into something that is not being helpful to our teachers, to our kids, to our families? So, and if we need to stop it and go in a different direction, or I guess it's adopt or drop, then that's what we need to do.
Okay, and your fifth one?
And our 5th one is number 42. The board has an effective process to review, revise, and adopt policies.
So I'm going to speak personally on this one. As being board president this year, it has been an overwhelming task because, like you pointed out at the beginning, most of our board policies date back to 2013 when they were adopted or reviewed, and just having that clear vision is not really clear if our board policies don't support in the direction we're going. So I think that this portion is so important right now to build everything else upon. Otherwise, how are we gauging, our effectiveness? How are we following through with things that we've already directed our staff to do? So it has to be continuous.
Yeah, and I think it's a role of a board member to work and create these policies and do the best thing, so I agree.
Okay. By the way, when you're advocating for these things, don't advocate with me. Advocate with your colleagues. Look at them and tell them why you think they should support you in these things. So, all right. Who wants to go next? Which pair wants to go next? Sue? So you're 5, starting with, by the way, I have a question. The order, was that a priority order for you? It's not numerical with how they're printed. How did you choose to make that the order?
The way go ahead.
I don't know that we had a reason of that order. I mean,
Okay.
we went, basically what we decided to do, because we had a lot, of course, is we went through each one, like board unity, roles and we went through each section and tried to get it down to 1. So then we had 11, and then we went back and tried to go through those.
So it didn't really represent a priority.
Well, it did in a sense, because what we prioritized were the larger titles. Once we got down to our 11.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted for the others to understand why the order was not the numerical order we're in. Okay. So, Ben and Sue.
Okay. So our first one was the board works well together. 4, I'm sorry, number 4. And that also overlaps with some of the other areas that we had all noted needed to be addressed, and that falls in line with the board members agreed on the role and responsibility of the superintendent as far as working well together, and also about so in my rationale, I'm giving you my rationale of why we selected that one. Okay, so I want to make sure it's clear. And
any advocacy you have among your fellow board members
Right.
to vote for this at the end.
Right, so part of working well together has to do also with our board culture, because if we don't work together, we don't have a culture. So it aligns with our boards being respectful with each other and demonstrating they understand the other's perspective, as well as managing conflict. So that one really
What was the number on that?
Number 4.
Oh, you're still on 4. Okay.
But I'm giving you my rationale, how it interrelates to all the
Got it.
points
Okay.
that we said we wanted to all work on. I'm not introducing anything new.
Okay.
These are the ones that were circled in addition to. So in narrowing them down, we selected how each point relates to other areas that we all agreed upon that we wanted to work on. Okay?
Before you go on, this is a typical strategy when you ask people to prioritize. They connect them to other things because that's how the brain works. The brain works by connecting things and making sense of them.
Right,
So-
I'm a psychology
So now
major too.
So now you understand why I wanted to see if you were talking about a different number or the same number. So you're grouping things under that number that you
Yes.
think will get done if that number gets done.
Yes.
got
That's
it.
that's how I process, right?
Very good.
Okay.
Individual board members do not attempt to direct the superintendent. This is number 11. So I think this speaks to each board member respecting each other and also respecting the role of the superintendent. So that I think if we do that, that combines that. That helps us distinguish the role of the superintendent versus the role of the board.
It also aligns with what the roles and expectations that Amy and Myra just talked about. So it falls in line with that one also. Sorry, go ahead. Okay.
Board agrees on the process for, this is number 32. Board agrees on the process for identifying officers.
Okay, so the rationale for that is that it's important that as new board members come in, they understand the structure of the board and how it works versus jumping right into being an officer and allowing other board members who've been on the board to assume roles.
And I think that for that, just from my experience, every district I've gone to, if that's not kind of the way you, in a collaborative way, the way you guys handle it there, it always leads to first feeling. Even Santa Monica and Maribel recognize that. So any way we can go towards and making sure that that aspect of it has some kind of a predictable expectations, I think it impacts everybody in a positive way. So that way, no one thinks people working in the background, that kind of stuff.
Okay, the other one was,
Number 39. Number 39,
yeah, it's in the next page.
you want me to do it or?
You missed that one?
Right there.
Okay, yeah. The board adopts clear and measurable indicators to assess district performance. So that also has to do with our accountability when we're looking at student progress as well as the board's. Okay, so that was already. So again, that one also falls in line with other points that we've already discussed that we wanted to look into based on the evaluation, as far as indicators on accountability, as well as providing support when we're carrying out our directives.
And it also gives clarity to everybody in the system as to where we're headed. If you point to the outcome, expected outcome you're looking for, it's easy for the mind to go straight there. So, but if you try to do anything else, the explanation goes so many different ways. So, if you're outcome oriented, then there's no space to go deviate from other aspects of what we're trying to accomplish. Number 52, the board evaluates the performance of the board. And that's in.
Is that the one we? No, I have.
What do you have down? What do you have?
I have the accountability. The board monitors student progress.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, against the benchmarks. That was 48.
48. So it's not 52, but 48. And that's related to just setting the clear expectations. But if you don't have, I call it lead metrics. We have the lag metrics, which is end of the year expectations. But if you don't monitor the lead metrics in between the year, whether you make progress or not, then it can lead to disappointment and disillusionment, and you would have missed the opportunity to make adjustments along the way. So it's important to our process.
And then the last one, right? Did we do our 5? That's our 5? Okay. Okay.
Okay, we had number 7, board members agree on the role and responsibilities of the board and the superintendent. We think it is so very important that we know our roles and that we don't overstep our roles. We have to, if the board stays within their role and responsibility, after we give direction, it really does allow for the superintendent and the staff to really carry out our direction. So it's very important that we allow them to do the job and not like be, wanting to do the job for them. So we really need to be clear on our responsibilities. And I know CSBA, they always say, for board members, act like you're in a helicopter and you're just looking down on everything. And if you see a little something going on over here, then you tell that superintendent, we got an issue here.
go find it out, you know. So we need to make sure we keep in mind that we are overseers of everything, and we need to stay in that helicopter. Don't land, because when you land, that's when a lot of problems happen. We must trust our superintendent to do the job and direct our staff. It's number 7.
And I'll add to that, because both Renita and I both thought that one was very important. I think the most important word in that sentence is agree on the role and responsibility, because we often talk about what the role is in that separation, but I think it's important to all of us to agree on that, and also be able to balance that collaborative relationship without it infringing on stepping over. There's a dance there that needs to occur, and I think it's important to know your role, but also agree on what that collaborative aspect looks like. Yeah, but I agree with what Renee said as well.
We also had number 16. Board members demonstrate they understand other perspectives. And the thing is, for example, parents, for example. Brad's experience, my board member Brad, has a different experience with his children in school, much different than mine. And, you know, I really, in a sense, don't have any issues. My kids go to school, whatever. My kid doesn't have an IEP. My kid doesn't have anything like that, so I don't have to deal with that. So I need to respect and understand that he has a job, he has a family, he has a student in school, but guess what? With that particular student, he has actually more considerations to make sure his child get what he needs. So I need to step back and say, wow, what is this parent going through? I'm not going through this. So that's just a little example. We really have to understand others' perspectives. And we have to make sure, now we may have a perception, our own individual perception, but but that perception is singular. That's Renita's perception. Renita's perception, in a sense, doesn't mean anything right here as a member of this board, but it's my perspective that's going to make that difference. And if we all can adopt that mentality of let's get let's understand the perspectives that's surrounding all of our issues, I think that would be really good for us to, really even understand and learn more about each other as we try to govern this entire district. Go ahead, Brad.
So I 100% on having empathy for each other and understanding your perspective, but I actually understand that one in another way as well, as our perspectives as board members, depending on our history here on the board. Whether it's your first meeting and you're doing things as a first-time board member, or you've been here a long time. I mean, in the last evaluation, we saw there's few historians on the board, but I think that it's important to be able to learn from each other, collaborate, and work together, but also understand that we all have had different experiences on this board, some pleasant, some not pleasant, and finding the common ground is the most important part, but we have to understand where we're coming from first.
All right, we also have number 21. You want to take the lead on this? You want me to go?
Yeah, this one's really easy, I think. All board members receive the same information. There's definitely been instances where I think there's been unnecessary confusion, and I think that, if we're all getting the same information, things would go a lot smoother. And I don't know how often it happens, but I definitely think it's something that we got to keep our eyes on.
Okay, I don't want to belabor that. I agree with you wholeheartedly. We have number 30. There is a good relationship between how long the board spends on an agenda item and the importance of the item. You want to take that lead?
Yep, I think too often we spend big time on small things and small time on big things, and we just got to write that ratio and make sure we're setting our agendas and watching the clock on how we invest our time.
Brad, you better hurry up and patent that one.
I stole it from somebody.
Oh, okay.
It's always borrowed.
Okay, and our last one that we agreed on was number 45. The board demonstrates support for the superintendent in carrying out board directives. You want to take the lead, or want me to go?
Go for it.
Okay, we kind of thought, so the superintendent is our only employee, and if we give a direction, we as a board really need to be clear on the direction in which we are giving him. And we need to support. It's just like me being a teacher. You want me to do certain things, but you know, like right now, and I'm experiencing, I need a scanner with the work that I need to get done. I mean, it was minor, but if I don't have what I need, it's going to be very difficult in order for me to carry out the job that I'm expected to do. So we need to make sure we give the clear direction, but also support him in what needs to be done. So if he says, I need this to be successful, okay, we're going to give you what you need to be successful. However, if you're not successful, what are you prepared to do to change to get that success? So that's basically it. We need to give him directions and make sure he has the support that he needs.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add
I like
to
yellow.
that is what echoed it has to be, well, what we're doing today is really important. Having clear directives is the only way you can support board directives. But with any amount of responsibility comes accountability, right? So it's just a matter of establishing those clear board directives and not only supporting but empowering our Ben, I'm on time. But empowering the superintendent to make those changes and be able to be confident in those changes and those directives and establishing that. And the way to do that is to empower and support. And along with that comes the ultimate accountability because you are the only staff, right? So I think that those things, you take both and it should be fully supported.
Okay, good work. You all played the game nicely. We only had one overlapping area, number 39. So we have 14 options now. I would like you to get to 5, but that'll be a discussion once we rate them. So here's what we got now. You each have a colored dot. You have 5 colored dots to spend. You can spend 2 on one if you wish, or you can, each of you, or you can put them on 5 different ones. We're going to get that done, and then we're going to look at it. And I only requested 5 dot colors, so Ben is going to use a check mark. I gave him a purple check mark, so he'll have a check mark on the ones he thinks are most important. So I'd like you to do that task. I want you to as quickly as you can, then we're going to get together and we're going to talk about, okay, how do we sort this down at the next level? All right? Go ahead. Yeah, please put them on the same side so we don't have to look at 2 different sides. So I guess we're doing them on the right. And Sue, you've asked Ben to put yours up for you? Yeah.
President Garza, I know you only want 5, but hear me out. Understanding different perspectives, we could kind of just say right now we will do that and try to understand perspectives to where we could have 6 maybe.
You want to make that motion? Because we could do that. This is all of our decisions.
I have another way to look at it. On 16, one person voted for it twice. And so we could say that was only one person that tipped that one over, whereas the 7th, there were 3 different people that voted.
I would also, I would also agree that agreeing on roles and responsibilities, there's a lot of that is in understanding different perspectives, in my opinion.
Except I think when it says roles and responsibilities, it's under the section that are the roles and responsibilities of the board.
Right. Well, I think
It's somewhat different than a perspective.
yes.
Required area.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking because under the, yeah, I was thinking more the agree on roles and responsibilities of. I believe that was from the superintendent and the board.
Number 7?
Yeah. What was there was.
No, it's under roles and responsibilities. The board members agree on the roles and responsibilities of the board and the superintendent.
Right. So I think that's the link I was making of the because I think.
16 is under board culture.
Right. Right.
So
Sorry, I've been sitting down for a while. So if we could keep those 5, but overlay the understanding different perspectives, like Board Member Armstrong, Board Member Critchfield were saying, kind of like as an umbrella for anything that we do going forward. Because I agree, it should be something that we always are looking at. I know that most of us do it now, but for it to be consistent, perhaps, is something that we could move forward. If that's my recommendation.
Okay, my recommendation, I agree with Board Member Stewart, that we just do the 6.
Can I ask a question of, I'm not trying to make it complicated, how will we operationalize that, understanding different perspectives?
I was thinking the same thing. Like, what actionables can we really do? I think that's almost just part of how we agree to treat each other. But there's not going to be actionables next to it or measurables. So
Is it something we could just add to our governance handbook? That we should understand and respect different perspectives?
I would recommend that you do that, because our next step is what's on the screen right now, which is deciding what protocols we're going to put in place and how we're going to indicate if we're making progress on it. So, so the others give us that, and we could have understanding different perspectives as part of a governance handbook when you work on that. So if that's acceptable, we have a top 5.
Yes.
And with that, let's celebrate by taking a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back and we'll get into this harder part, because we still have only about 40 minutes left on our time. So we'll have 35 minutes when you come back from break. So
Okay.
do you need
Sounds
to click
good.
out for break, or can we
Yes.
just take break?
So Board of Education will take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 2:28. Thank you.
28, thank you.
Okay. Board of Education in session at 2:30.
Back on again? Okay. So, if you look at the screen, we start off with the first column there is either from the effective governance or the board responsibilities items. And so this was an example, is if you had picked governance team culture, number 15, you would say, you build a goal for it, an aspiration or maintenance goal. And so that shows what you're going for. And then you have success indicators that are measurable by the end of the school year, quarterly, end of meeting. Self-ratings of board culture will indicate 80% agreement with civil, respectful, honest, and trustworthy communication. The process would develop and publish anonymous agreements to guide civil, honest, trustworthy, and respectful communication. In other words, in order to assess something, you have to first describe it. What would it look like? And then you build either a written assessment or just an oral assessment at the meeting, saying, I think we're doing okay on civil and honest, but we're not, well, you can't have honest and not, I was going to say not trustworthy. but not respectful. So and then you talk about that and say, well, give us an example of why you feel we're not being respectful. You talk about it, and you say, what are we going to do to do that better? And then at the next quarterly meeting, you say, how are we doing on the issue of respect? So it's about having that open communication that we're talking about, but holding each other accountable for the protocols you've put together. Building protocols, building outcomes don't matter at all unless you hold each other accountable to them. So if you just write them down at the end of today's session and then file them away under workshop with CSBA, it's not going to make any difference. That's why we asked you to build 5, because you can keep those then on a little piece of paper that is on the back of every board agenda that says, here's the things we're working on. And then at the quarterly meeting, how are we doing on those things? It's not particularly comfortable. It's not particularly fun, but it's work that'll make you a more effective board and help you implement your roles and responsibilities better. What I've seen is when boards do this, they like coming to board meetings more. They like each other more. And the district progresses because of it, because they're learning from each other. They're working with their strengths and the things that they're not as good at, not as strong at, to grow the entire board together as a team. So that's what this next step is for. I want to get started on it, but because we have a 3 o'clock end time, we may not get all of these done. So what I'd like you to do is pay attention to the process we're using, and then you can try to use that maybe as a study session sometime, or maybe at the beginning of a board meeting or the end of a board meeting, so you can finish protocols that we don't get done today. So be sure to ask questions about how we're doing this. So,
Just to clarify, so we pick these 5 and you recommend them the whole entire year or just quarterly, the whole year?
the whole year.
And then
Now-
at the end, when we do this again, maybe in a year, then pick 5 different ones. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay,
And
thank
so
you.
You can go through that same process, or however you want to pick the next 5. You have plenty of data here if you keep these paper that you have. And you also will have your pair discussions to remind you of what you decided you had to put on the shelf for later. But I recommend that you work on your board priorities one at a time. If one is accomplished, then bring a new one in. Don't take 5 and then say, let's have another 5. That didn't work. When you feel you really made progress on one, celebrate it, and then say, okay, let's go back to our board. What was our next one that we had? Let's build a protocol for that. Let's build a success indicator for that, and then let's take that one on. You've got a lot of ones you can work on over time. You can continue to work on this for several years if you wish. I would recommend, though, that you do your annual board self-evaluation and take those off that are now in the blue or green, and then focus on the yellow and the red. Okay? So let's take the first one up there that has 4, which is evaluate the superintendent. So, what will be the goal for evaluating the superintendent? And let's see, I'll need someone who can record this down. I will try. I will attempt to do that. Let me see here. Okay. So what's your aspirational goal for that? This is number 53.
In my recommendation, I believe that it should be an evaluation based on LCAP goals, because we give direction so that way our superintendent can move learning and progress.
So would the goal be that you'll work collaboratively with the superintendent to develop an evaluation process that focuses on attainment of LCAP goals?
Yes.
Okay. Work collaboratively with the superintendent to develop an evaluation process that focuses on LCAP goals.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Typically, when is the superintendent's evaluation done? Like, is there a standard? Like, I don't know anything about it.
On average, we recommend, and it's done differently in different districts, but what we recommend is that you have at least an annual evaluation, and that you have 1 or 2 interim meetings on the evaluation during the year. My district has 1. We do one at, like in January, and then we do the final evaluation in July or August after the data comes in that the LCAP's based on. We would like to do it in June, but there's no data by that time. And typically the LCAP plan needs data. So, but I've seen boards that do like twice during the year, 2 progress checks during the year, and then the evaluation at the end of the year. The key is, when you write an evaluation, you want to have measurable outcomes, that everyone agrees on what the data is you're going to collect on it, and what improvement means. I've worked with so many superintendents that say, we're going to improve attendance. I go, okay, that sounds good. How much? What is it now? What's it going to be? That's what the LCAP forces you to do. So we just say, use your LCAP. You know, use your LCAP. And then there's, you got skin in the game when the superintendent brings you the LCAP with outcomes in it that are measurable. And then you also say, okay, is this what we're going to hold ourselves and our superintendent to? The value in that, the power in that, is the entire district knows that the success is based around the board-adopted LCAP outcomes and success indicators. There's not a whole hidden other things that we're working on. This is what we're working on. In addition, we recommend in a superintendent evaluation that you use the superintendent standards that were developed by superintendents with CSBA. And it's a set of standards just like the standards we have in your packet for board members. It's the same kind of standards for superintendents. You can either use them all or pick the ones that you think are most important for your superintendent. And yes, we believe that it should be a collaborative effort, that you together talk about what's the most important. And then you indicate what are the indicators of that progress going to be. Don't leave it open-ended. If it says, you know, be a good community leader, what do we see if you're a good community leader? So that's what we recommend in a superintendent evaluation. And we actually work with boards to develop those, bringing in the model that we use, which is the standards and the LCAP, and then making sure every one of them is measurable. Not surprisingly, some of the LCAP goals are not measurable. You don't just use them if they're not measurable, you make them measurable. Determine what the success indicator is. How much improvement is improvement? Is it a half a point? Full point? 10 points? What is it?
So if it's based on LCAP, do you visit the LCAP more often than, like, how often should we visit the LCAP?
We believe that the LCAP should be visited every board meeting because it is the strategic plan for the district. And as you're having reports on student learning and achievement, that's what the LCAP's about. If you have reports on student well-being, that's what the LCAP's about. If you have on parent engagement, that's what the LCAP's about. So it's, you know, there's the 3 big priority areas, or there's 8 priority areas, but there's those 3 big goals that you're required to write to. There's little that goes on in a district that's beyond those goals, except maybe fiscal responsibility and things like that.
So if you believe that, do you have something on your agenda every month it's LCAP, or yes? Oh.
Yeah, I think I said this before, but I'll say it again. When our schools present, we have them present on their progress to date on the LCAP goals.
For example, Amy, Mrs. Stewart, you're on the board. For example, you'll see there's an update on communications because that just didn't come out of the blue. First and foremost, is a request of the board, and then secondly, it's actually a goal in the LCAP. So when we present, you'll see LCAP goal set this, and these are the things where we've been working on, and these are the outcomes, and so on. So that's just an example. We can, when you guys see that, we'll be able to kind of see how other stuff will come forward with that.
I just think it would be kind of interesting to have an agenda item LCAP, and then you place exactly what you're saying under there, so we know that it's tied in and it's easy for the community to see this is what we're talking about.
The complication of all this is, at least for the superintendent and the staff live the LCAP. You know, the whole design of the LCAP and the input processes that we have to go through, how we have to meet with staff and different people to come up with some of the actions and strategies that we're using to meet those goals. And then more importantly, there's a 1-year cycle and a 3-year cycle, which is synonymous with a strategic plan almost. So understanding that whole dynamics of that will help us shape how then you evaluate the superintendent along the way.
And the key to superintendent evaluation is making sure that ahead of the evaluation you agree on the content of it.
Yes.
I've worked with boards that they've been evaluating the superintendent, but they don't have a plan. So everybody throws in what they think the superintendent is doing, and the superintendent had no idea that's what you were looking at. So to me, to make it work, you have to set it up ahead of time. You know, in a workshop like this where you say, here's what I want to make sure is in there, and here's how we're going to know, and here's what the success indicator looks like. So there's no surprises. We want no surprises from boards to superintendents. We want no surprises from superintendents to boards. So It's all a matter of getting that down clear. And anybody who's been evaluated knows that you want to know what you're being evaluated on. It's only fair. And to really move a district, if everybody knows what the superintendent's being evaluated on, then everybody will pull the district in that direction.
And design of the LCAP is eloquent. It's supposed to do that and bring community together, all stakeholders together. So we should be able to work from the classroom over to the board and back and forth, utilizing the LCAP. But our challenge is to ensure that people see that that's actually a living document that guides us. So that's our challenge.
So I'm assuming with this aspirational goal, I can write you up a draft of what success indicators would look like and what the process would be for that. And are you pretty much in agreement that some sort of either mid-year and end of year would be what you want to see? And that you want to base it on the LCAP, and do you want to have the superintendent standards involved in that sort of process? Okay. So I can provide a shell of that, and then I think we have scheduled a superintendent evaluation workshop coming up, and we can bring that to that workshop and then flesh it out and get exactly in it what you want.
I do have one question. Because of like the unique nature of like this past year and with new superintendent, new board, would it be fair to tie his evaluation to a LCAP that he wasn't necessarily a part of, or would it be uniquely tailored to
Oh, that's a good question.
performance?
What we recommend is you don't do an evaluation before you've set up an evaluation process. In other words, what you can do is you can give feedback, you can give advice, you can give suggestions. That's all it becomes. When you're actually going to evaluate is you want to be clear on what it is you're evaluating on and give the superintendent an opportunity to meet those expectations. So we recommend that as soon as you get a new superintendent, you set up an evaluation system and you put that in place. So my impression is right now, you may have an evaluation system that was in the contract, or you may not. But we want to start with a good evaluation system with a superintendent that will make a difference in the long run.
Was there an evaluation system in the contract?
No.
No.
There usually isn't. I've had a few superintendents that put an interim thing in because they know they're not going to have time to get with the board and put one together until a certain month. And so what they do is they put very soft things in it, that they get feedback on how they're communicating with the board, how they're communicating with the community, that kind of stuff. And they use that as a precursor for developing the real evaluation system that's usually an annual basis and usually coincides with when the final test scores come out.
To add to Brad's comment, because I see where the dynamic is, I think there is a way to review what we've done in the past. There's a 100-day plan that I came in, I think I told you guys in, and that's what's been guiding me along the way, trying to set up systems like the Friday memos, the weekly updates, this or that, trying to set up the quarterly systems, arranging the staff to function more in a decentralized way, all that kind of stuff is the things I've been working on with the staff. It's really establishes the system so we can get to a strong LCAP conversation take place. I can always give you that in advance just to say this is where we've been. At least you can get an indication of what's going on in my mind along the way, and then we use part of that to just move forward on that.
And that, I've forgotten about that. 100-day plans are pretty common. People use 100-day plans to their kind of initial feedback. I don't call it a full evaluation because, again, it's not fair to evaluate somebody on something that's kind of vague, like I'm going to learn about this, I'm going to learn about that. That's usually what a 100-day plan says, and maybe we'll get a short-term plan out of that of what we're doing and not doing. But yeah.
I have another question. I mean, we've seen here and in other districts where boards also miss the March 15th date. Is there anything that should coincide with the evaluation prior to that date so that you're not paying a superintendent for a year they're not there?
Not for superintendents. Superintendents have a contract date, and if you don't meet the deadline for notification superintendent, there is an 18-month maximum buyout. That's what the law says, but it may be something different in your contract. But as I understand it, the March 15th date, am I wrong? I don't think it applies to superintendents.
It applies to staff, certificated staff,
And
and
classified
now classified
staff,
staff. It used to
yeah.
be classified used to be made, but
Yeah,
moved to
but
March 15th,
superintendents
yeah.
are a different animal.
So
You
it's
don't have
based
to-
on their contract date of what,
But I believe that if we look at our specific contract with Dr. Dradi, it does state March 15th.
Oh, does it? Okay. So if it's in contract, it's law. It's in contract. Okay. Anyway, we don't have to worry about that now. Okay, let's go on to number 28. Effective use of data in decision making. So what is the goal for that?
I mean, I'll speak on that one. I think just the amount of data we're given on various topics throughout the year could be increased and to help guide our decisions. So any, especially action items, like be backed by data, and then also in like the quarterly, as we're reviewing our progress as a district, make sure we're getting that data, and it's spread out throughout the year, like on the regular schedule.
So can you state that as a goal? So government team members will what? Oh, Sue?
Well, I just wanted to say that I was just thinking about what we went through in the study session about the performance of our students and the data on that, and that we should know from that point on where we're going to be headed and what we expect for our district, for our students. So that's in my mind when I see that. I don't know if you see something different, but I look at that because that was a big picture of the whole district and the performance of all of our students, pre-K to 12.
So what will the board do if they're using data effectively in decision-making? Is it just
So if
board
that's a
will use-
benchmark, I was thinking of benchmarks. So if that's a benchmark of what we're using, and what milestone are we going to be identifying to show progress?
Okay. So you're talking about the success indicator? right?
Yes.
Okay. But what's the major goal? Is the major goal just a restatement of the board will effectively use data in decision-making?
But isn't that so generic? Because
Yes.
what data are we going to be evaluating?
Well, that's okay. So how I understood that goal is kind of with anything, whether like if we're talking about security measures on campuses, rather than just a recommendation, like give us the data to help us with that decision making, whether it's marketing and communication to the community. Where's our data? Where are we? Like making sure that any actionable item is backed by enough data to make a good decision as a board.
And also, I attach to what Board Member Critchfield was saying, with options of how to attack those deficits where that we're seeing in our data.
So is the goal that board will communicate the data needs they have for decision-making? What's the goal here?
I think rather than, and I think we get kind of in this bind sometimes when we're presented something as needing to halt any decision making until we get data. Just, I think if we front load that data in the beginning so we can make the decision rather than needing to table something or.
Okay. So I keep hearing you say something about someone else needs to do something. What does the board need to do to make sure that happens?
I have a clarifying question. This is 28, this is board meeting, right? The board uses effective data and decision-making in the board. This isn't student achievement right now, is it?
It could be. In other words,
Anything within the board
when
meeting?
I ask the question is, what data does the board need for decision-making, and how do they communicate that they need that? In other words, we're asking the board to do something here, and what I hear you saying is that the staff should be doing something. And when we
So
make
I guess it would be
goal for
make a
ourselves-
policy to have data, develop and adopt a policy that requires data for action items during presentation. I don't know how we
No.
word that.
Well, if we're looking at the LCAP, and that's what we're supposed to be following as measures and indicators as a board and with the superintendent,
Yeah.
we should be looking at that data at board meetings. And so the board should be requesting from the superintendent and from staff, based on what we're looking at, where are we in these numbers? So where are we right now with meeting the needs of our students with disabilities? Whether it's they're falling behind in their classes or whether we're able to move forward.
So because
That's
it
an
could,
example, I
because
mean.
it could go beyond LCAP, it
Yeah.
could go to all kinds of things. What if
Right.
you just said the board
I
will
just give an
will
example.
request specific data that they need for decision-making? Because then depending on what the decision you're about to make, you need to request the data, so you don't wait to get the data and they say, that wasn't what I wanted to know. I wanted to know how many students
Right.
with disabilities are being suspended.
Could I just tag one thing? I totally agree. And I was thinking about like in a lot of our decisions, it requires more information. So I think that we do we all, will request data at a board meeting, and then yeah, it does kind of, we'll wait till the next board meeting, but I think developing something where staff, for Ben, we know that we want that before we make a decision anyway, so rather than having to ask for it each time.
I think, like an example, we had a security discussion and they front loaded it with, this is what the community thought, this is how they voted on this, and then it was kind of easy for us to discuss it because
Right.
we had the survey and we had the data. I think that's kind of what you're saying.
But that's partial
But
data. We didn't get the other side of the data of whether or not, how that impacts student perception, community perception.
So
We don't know that from.
what if
any
you built
parts.
a expectation that when the board is expected to make a decision at a prior meeting, the board has the opportunity to talk about what data they want to have collected for them? How about that? Because the staff can't read your minds.
No.
And if you wait to the meeting and then you got the wrong stuff, you go, that's not what I wanted to know. I wanted to know this. So if there was a way to get that out before, so the staff had time to actually prepare that for you, then you could be implementing that you use data effectively in all decision-making, not just LCAP, not just improvement, but safety,
Facilities.
hiring, anything else
Yeah.
that is a major decision you have to make. Does
So-
that make sense?
So operationally, just think logistically, operationally, what all this means. We have the LCAP, and within the LCAP, there's going to be quarterly check-ins. That's already established within my theory of action that we have quarterly check-ins. But those quarterly check-ins are headed towards a specific goal that we have in play. You know, somebody says we want to reduce suspensions by X at the end of the school year, and in November, and then March, we check on the progress of that. That's towards something that staff already knows, but along the way, we have meetings, every other meetings, and I think the staff is constantly working on data and presenting things based on a rhythm of meetings that's taking place throughout the year, right? So I think for the board, really understanding that macro calendar about from August to July, these are all the different items, and you'll have the quarterly reports there. I guess the question becomes, if there's other data you all are looking for some end that we're looking for, where would that go within the calendar, so we can because we have access to what that is. So how do you guys communicate to the staff that you need specific data for a certain thing that you want to see? Because the staff is going to give you the expectations that we already planning on based on your evaluation with the superintendent.
So I have a pragmatic question. You meet twice a month. Is there enough time between the first meeting in the month to have the data ready for the second meeting in the month? Because I know we generally build board agendas 2 weeks ahead of time. So would it need to be at least a month ahead of the time that a decision would be made?
My point is, it depends on the way it is right now. We operate under a macro calendar.
Right.
That they all have access to. And for example, right now, on January 25th, we're going to have a robust data conversation. We've been working on those pieces already. All I'm saying is that along the way, there's other set of data that the board is looking for something. Where would that go? And then because whatever it is going to take us off course of what we've been working on. Right.
So, Dr. Jardine, I'm sorry, I'm gonna interject here for a little bit. I hear what you're saying, and you're right. We do need to be able to give staff time to do that. But my question to you is, and I just want to post this as perhaps maybe kind of a next step, perhaps. Could we have one or two board members sit with you, go over your macro school year calendar, and look at it from a perspective of a board member? Because although you have given us access to that, we haven't had a conversation with you about the macro and what does it look like? What do these meetings follow? We just see board book after board book after board book with all these agenda items, and we kind of match it to what your calendar overall states.
Yes.
But we haven't sat down to have that conversation with you. What does it look like on our side? What do board members need to be prepared for that? And so when you and I have gotten together and we sat down about board agendas, you've already have a board agenda created.
Yes.
And there's really no where as a board member, I can give input to say, I'm thinking board members will need this.
Yes.
And I have said, you know what, in thinking about this, board members don't live this. You're going to have to give us a history.
Yes.
I've said we have new board members. They don't know what has happened.
Yes.
Bring us up to speed. Or I'm saying to you as well, I anticipate that this may be an issue with us.
Yes.
Please be ready to talk to us about it.
Yes. Yes. So
So that would be great if we could, like, one or two board members could sit down with you and look at that.
Or you could even bring it to a board meeting. And
Yes.
the board member could comment
Absolutely.
before it's
Yeah.
finalized.
Yes.
I'd just like to say, we have this macro calendar, we've seen it. All you have, and he has dates on it. And the staff already knows that they can pull this data. Certain data comes at a specific time. So if we already have the calendar, if you can put those dates, that, okay, in November, we're gonna pull this data, and you're gonna be sharing it. In March, we're gonna have this data. We need to share it from the LCAP. However, if there's anything else that we're looking for or, just measure, you can say, hey, I'm gonna give you the data on our safety issues, and the student achievement it's in the LCAP. The calendar is there. We just need to know ahead of time, hey, I'm gonna be presenting this, the data. That's it. It's already there.
And I might add, another thing is that things come up.
Things come up.
If you have an incident and the community knows all about it, you might want to then have that as a data item, and you have to give the staff enough time to prepare the data and tell them what data you need, but then you can have a discussion on that issue so that the board knows that you're concerned about safety.
Yeah.
It might be something not in your district, but in a neighboring district or in a neighboring state.
Yeah.
And the community is concerned about it.
And
And
if-
so you want to be able to bring that up and say, we need to know how we're doing on this thing. Are we protecting our kids?
Right. And if I could, one thing, that's more what I was thinking about was the items that come before us just anticipate the data, so we don't have to start thinking about which data we individually need and then turn it into another conversation. If we're just getting more data front-loaded, I mean, whether like the reorganization process, how many students it's affecting and where it's coming from, like present that at the board meetings. The more we can do during the presentation when we're going over that agenda item, I think the better. So just anticipating the data and making sure that's a part of every decision.
Is it possible, because one thing that I would like to see in our district that we don't have is a governance calendar, a one-stop look at it. We do have a macro calendar, which is the same thing, but it's like you have to go through pages and pages. But the CSBA has the one that you see everything on one piece of paper.
Yes.
Could you send it to all of us maybe as an
It's actually
example?
on the CSBA website. So
Yeah.
if you just put, if you
Perfect,
put
yeah.
a board planning calendar or board governance calendar, it'll come up.
Yes. And maybe,
It's 2 pages.
and perhaps it could be live links on there. So that way the data could be just uploaded and we go in there like board member Stewart saying periodically we have to go in there and click on those things.
Also, the nice thing about the board planning calendar, or board governance calendar, is it has the 5 responsibilities of the board down the left-hand side. So you're
Yes.
paying attention to all those responsibilities. And it's one way you can look and see if you have items on your agendas that have to do with student learning, because that's one of the things. So, yeah, it's a good tool. It's a good tool. Okay, moving on. So I think I have enough notes there. I can crank something out for you. 42 is the next one up. Process to review board policies. What's the big goal there?
The big goal with this is that there are so many that are outdated and it's such a humongous task. But because there's so many, we need maybe a standing committee for a while that looks at all of them and prioritizes them.
Okay, that's the process. What's the goal?
The goal is
How
to
many
make
do you
sure.
want to update? What percentage of your board policies do you want to make sure are current?
Board Member Critchfield.
What do you think? Like, we update them all every 5 years, so 20% each year, or does that make sense?
I feel like it would make a difference if we did it in our board meetings, or if we had a legislative committee like lots of districts had that are just ongoing looking at them.
Typically, what we recommend is you have a board policy committee. It's no more than
Yes.
2 board members and then staff that help support those board members. And you do 2 things. You look at, are there needs that are coming up, and let's see what our policies on those. And then, Are there ones that we know are not in compliance with the law? And
Mhm.
because you're gamut members, right? You're gamut members?
Yes.
We send an email out quarterly recommending board policy changes. And so your committee can look at those and say, okay, here's some we want to take. I think the idea of 20% it's going to be a lot, but once you get the system in place, you have two meetings for board meetings, for board policies, and so you have like 10 or 15 on each board meeting. You'll get through them. But you have to have somebody on the board that has a say in it, other than just having staff do it, because then you have that variable of community input and community concern.
Yes.
I want to remind everybody, I think in several Friday memos ago, we put down, we do have a contract with CSBA to help us curate the board, go through the entire board policy. They actually have a process to do this for every district. So we contracted with them in the spring, right before spring break. We have about 4 days there. They'll come here, and we're organized, and then the process is really selecting which one of you two will be a part of that process. But we got 4 days worth of just looking at the board policies, and then CSBA is going to come at a board meeting in the spring to say, okay, we went through all these board items, and these are the new ones, and this is what we're going to adopt. And then that cleans it up, and then we set up a process every year to make sure on a yearly basis that we're looking at the thing. But if you try to go back the hundreds of them from 2012, man, and so what they have recommended to us is do what other districts are doing and establishing that process. You're familiar with that. So,
Oh, yeah. It's a way to get them done. The only downside to it is that you'll end up with one or two board meetings with a lot of policies that you'll want to read. So the only thing is, how do you roll that out for board adoption? And I'd recommend let them come in and do their 3 days and then roll them out, a reasonable number to read, because you don't want to just be rubber stamping without having time to filter it through your understanding of this community that you're representing.
Dr. Sear, is that what CalAPS recently did? Is that the process they went through?
Actually, Lisa went through and just selected. The board didn't have any
Okay.
input on it at that time.
But like that big stack,
Right.
it's all the updated policies, right?
Right. But you have to understand that's a fairly new board.
that part is scheduled already. It's just a matter of selecting two.
Didn't we last meeting, we did that,
We
right?
did that. You selected two?
President Garza appointed
Okay,
her
yeah.
and Brad. And then I had another question. With the student policies, is it feasible to have the student advisory committees look at those policies?
Do you have a student board member?
Yes, we have 3 of them.
Yeah.
So they could actually look at those and bring theirs back to the board, and then that's a section we didn't have to do. They could help us with that.
Well, except remember.
Except-
Well,
Yes.
except for
your
us
policies. You look at
finalizing them.
their
I get it, but I'm
recommendations.
saying they could look at
If
them
they
for
say they
us.
want candy for all, you know.
I get it. Okay.
Yes, we do need those.
Or get out of school at noon every
I think a
day.
board
I
member
think,
should be.
yes, maybe 2 board members should be on there with the
No
superintendent.
more
and-
than 2.
Yes,
sure.
no more than 2, absolutely.
Okay, and you already have Brad and Myra on that committee. Okay, great.
I think, wasn't that for a specific, that was for a specific bylaw?
No, it was to look at the board policies in the 9,000s, board member district?
I think that was
3,000s.
That was just strictly for
3,000s.
3,000s.
Yeah,
but
so we haven't.
I'm talking about the entire.
Yeah,
the
So it
entire.
sounds
Yeah.
like there'll be one mass that you'll have to decide how to roll out, and then you'll get to the place where you're looking at the impact of your board policies. If there's some needs that you have specific to your district that you want to write more board policies on, I would recommend you add a board policy on board evaluation, because you don't have one, but you're doing it. So you might as well put that in there. So things like that, because CSBA will just go through your existing ones and tell you what the updates need to be to stay current with law. That's what we do.
So one board
Just-
member can serve on 2 different committees, and it wouldn't be a violation of the Brown Act.
One board member can serve on 2 different committees. It will not be a violation of that.
Right. But I'm curious though, so we entered into a contract with CSBA to do the thing that we just went over.
I
and-
meant to explain that, but I think the thing is, that's that we need to be clear on that piece. So what Mrs. Garza mentioned about was the 3,000s.
Yeah, I know.
That one's, but there is a plan to do the entire, because a while back when you said we need to do everything, so we have a plan to look at all of it, including the 3,000s, but we can certainly extrapolate up to 3,000s.
But what came
Keep that
first
separate.
though?
Huh?
What came first?
The overall, the bigger one.
Oh,
So a couple years ago, I knew the bylaws needed to be looked at, and I requested that we did that, and so a folder was made. This was before Dr. Dradi also, but so many other things were happening. We never got to updating, the bylaws, and so
So
here
now
we are
the
years
bylaws
later.
are separate from the policies.
The policies.
So
No,
are we
we-
going to have two separate
so-
committees,
so-
one for bylaws, one for?
So all of our board policies, majority of them are out of date. Since 2012 was one of them. When we called CSBA and said we have a massive issue here, we need to update our board policies, they suggested that we do this uniform adoption. It's called a uniform adoption.
So it includes bylaws as well as policies.
Yes. This BPs are mostly board policies. I think the bylaws are part of that, though. Bylaws are part of that. Bylaws are part of that.
Yeah. Right. Right.
Yeah.
I just think it's kind of messy that we are separating out the 3,000s to go over if CSBA is already contracted to go over it. So I think we should
Well-
revisit that.
Well, I kind of disagree because we can probably expedite that process between you and I. And then that way they can just come in and look at all the other pieces. And if we need them to go over anything else, then we can choose those. Board, we need a decision on, do we move forward and continue our evaluation, or do we end the meeting now?
I'd make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
How long is it gonna extend?
I'd make a motion to extend the meeting till 4 o'clock.
Second.
Does that require unanimous vote by this board?
No, majority.
I think it might be, I might be wrong, but I think it's 4 out of 5. I'm not sure. I don't know.
No.
It's always been the majority. No, but I'm going to leave when I have to leave.
I think we can discuss it because we had a motion and a second. So if we want to talk about it, and then, so if anybody has
She has people picking her up.
Yeah, I got to.
That's what that is.
Yes, so that's why I asked if we could decide what we wanted all to do. So,
it's just a motion. So just so we can.
Seems like you guys voted.
No.
We haven't.
No, we haven't voted.
we have not voted yet,
It's just a
so
motion and a second.
Can I just ask, if we don't finish this right now, what are our chances of finishing this later? Don't we have 2 days for this, or is it just the one?
no, it's just the one today, like it was communicated. And, but if anyone needs to leave, they can go ahead and go. We would rather see
Perhaps
people.
maybe we could ask how long you think it would
That's
take.
what was my question, is what do you think?
I'm
Dr.
wondering,
Weiss.
we have 2 dedicated days from 5 to, 2 dedicated days on the 8th and 9th, 7th and 8th, December 7th and 8th to do the superintendent evaluation. As you can see, this is totally tied in. So we almost have to almost finish some of this stuff because that'll feed right into the superintendent evaluation. So I'm wondering we can be efficient in using that time as well. I don't know what your thoughts on that is. Would that disrupt that process? Or?
No, if it serves the board well, we could start with finishing, I think it's number 39 and 7. Is that the 2 we have left?
Mm-hmm.
I could write up what I have from you on 53, 28, and 42.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have a look at those. And then we could do 39 and 7 and talk a bit more about protocols, and then we'd be done with this session if need to end it now.
Mr. Wise, how long would that take us?
I would hope less than an hour.
Okay.
I would hope.
I would
Yes.
prefer not to mix the two
Okay.
things. And if we're going into superintendent evaluation, we could focus on that and not have this spill over. If we could wrap this up very quickly, I don't know how the time constraints at all. I just said 4 just as a window, but I mean, maybe,
It's just the 2 items, right?
yeah, if we could just wrap
Can
that
we-
up. I mean,
Can you give us 15 minutes? I mean, we should be able to do it.
Well, I think you said how long?
Well,
An hour.
Less than an hour, he said.
But if we can move ahead with 39 and 7, and I can get enough notes to write something up, then we'd have even less time impact on your
Mhm.
next one. So
Okay.
maybe 15, 20 minutes more.
Yeah.
And I also have a task I need from you, and that is an evaluation before you go,
Sure.
of me.
Okay.
I feel like listening to all that 4 is a good point to be at.
Yes.
I support your motion. I think 4 o'clock is 50 minutes away, 49 minutes away. That's probably,
so I think as a point of order, I think because we did have a motion in a second, we would have to vote.
Yes, we do. So, yes, we can go ahead and vote. Take roll call, please. Well, I'm sorry, vote.
and I would take roll call right now because she's not here. Yes?
Yes.
Oh, God, pressure. Just kidding. Dr. El Hassan,
Okay, yes.
Ms. Armstrong,
Yes.
Mr. Critchfield,
Yes.
Ms. Scarza,
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, aye.
Okay, come on.
Thank you. So we can go ahead and continue.
Let's take up number 39. Adopt clear and measurable indicators of what? To assess district performance. So what would the goal be?
To adopt clear and measurable
Okay,
indicators.
okay. Or that you will adopt clear and measurable.
So could we just have a reminder of where did this fall under? What was the
Oh,
actual?
It's under direction, setting direction, board responsibilities.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
then I think we have to. So yes, I believe that going back to the LCAP
Okay.
would be something that we would have to look at. What would be the indicators of that progress? And by measurable, I think I know that you were talking earlier about point 1, point 2. So in getting that to those indicators, we would need to know what is normal progress for a district, because I know that sometimes we want to move them 0.5 and that might be way too much for our students to be able to do in one
If you-
school year.
If you even think about it though, if we're gonna close the gap in achievement with certain groups, their growth has to be even more than the average. you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what we would have that conversation over. Like, what does it look like for our very far below students going to have to achieve? So then we start going into more of the logistics, which we would discuss with you.
So for different student groups as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
By the way, I love this is because this is what we're working with the principals on. So remember the action's down there,
Mm-hmm.
but it needs to fit the direction here.
Yes,
Perfect.
absolutely.
So with the groups, we could, each group would be different, but we still can set a standard for each group to improve. Okay, so if we could do that.
And as you suggested, you wanted your goal would be to close the equity gaps.
Yeah.
So you don't want equal growth, you want more growth in both. Okay, that gives me enough direction to write something up for you on that.
Yeah.
And then number 7 is agree on the roles. Agree on the role and responsibility of the board and the superintendent. So what would a goal be there? Would that all governance team members would understand the role and responsibilities of the board and superintendent?
We would have to look at our current ones, correct?
So
Yeah.
you're talking about your board bylaws on that?
Yes, our board bylaws.
So one of the steps in it would be to revise board bylaws. That would be in the 20s, right? 2111? Well, it's 9,000, but what's
The one that we have here,
the superintendent description is in the 2,000s, I think, isn't it? You have the board one in the 9,000s.
yes, the limits of board member authority, I
And
believe
then
is
I think I handed out to you the
9200.
superintendent one, which is 21.
That's 2110.
There you go. I should know all these, but I don't remember them all. Okay, 2110. So you'd revise those two to make sure they say what you expect.
And there's also the 9,000 one. Did we want to pull that one as well?
Yeah, the it's 9, what is it, straight 9,000 or is it 9?
There's a straight 9,000, the role of the board,
Roll the board is 9,000?
Yes.
and then there's also the 9,200, which is the limits of board member authority.
Okay. So you revise those, and the way that'll be done is you're going to use your board policy committee to draft that and then bring it to the board for action?
Yes.
Okay. That you will have brought it to the board and they'll take action on adopting the revisions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Meaning, what will be the quality control on that?
Quality control. Well,
Whether we're fulfilling each of our roles.
Can
Oh,
I
when
can I
you're
add
filling
one thing that I thought when we had put that one up? One of the things that jumps out at me, I think this is really important for a lot of the things we talked about today. I think it has to do with it ties into understanding the different perspectives. Often when we talk about the roles of the superintendent and the roles of the board, we're really talking about that checklist of like, you do this, you do that, there's a line in the middle. But I think it's the different perspectives. You know, a lot of times, you know, we hear, about the importance of talking to the community, and I'm going to take this to the community. And then sometimes in my own philosophy, I feel the board, we were all voted by the community and entrusted to be a voice of the community. So I feel like just that philosophical of like, what is the voice of the board? Is it just, at the board meetings voting, or are we also a voice for the community? So I feel like there is that gray area. So I think it's a philosophical of understanding those roles and responsibilities, but also more broadly what we're doing here
are you elected in trustee areas or at large?
at large.
It's a little easier when you're in trustee areas because you can really get to your community and
Right.
ask for feedback on it. Okay. I think those are good questions. And, but within the role of the board, which is what this is about, the roles and responsibilities of the board, those are kind of agreed upon in terms of people that have studied boardmanship. What are the roles? And so they're embodied by those questions in the second half of your survey. They're embodied in the policies you've adopted that include the five areas of responsibility. And so community input would be about how well they believe you're fulfilling those, not what the roles are. Those are pretty much specified by law and by the research that suggests what makes a difference in boards. So I'm not sure how to really guide you on that, except to say what this statement is about your agreement on roles and responsibilities. So it's really not about implementing them. It's about us understanding them.
Yes.
And so if you write up revisions and you adopt them, that would be an indicator of agreement.
Yes, because we already have standing ones. So all we need to do is just make sure that they're fitting this board now,
Yeah.
since they've been,
Yeah.
crafted since 2013.
And and maybe in the future you want to revise it to say, are we living them? That might be different than agreeing on what they are. Okay, so you see that didn't take that long. I have enough input to write something up for you on this. And I'll bring it back to you at our next meeting so you can say, yep, this is what we wanted or not. And wordsmith them, you can fix them on the way you want to before you adopt them. And so, with that, the only other thing I wanted to bring to your attention, when we build protocols, we typically look at other protocols to see if we want to adopt any of these. And I don't want to do this today, but I want to bring to your attention, in your packet, there's a thing called the top 30 protocols to consider. So, at your leisure, take a look at those. See if there are things in this top 30 protocols that we've collected these from around the state that boards have adopted as protocols, put them into their governance handbooks, and think about this for the future when you do build a governance handbook. Are some of these protocols useful to you? What we typically have board members do is, again, check off the ones that are interested in them, then narrow it down to the ones that are most important, and then those end up in your governance handbook. I brought that for you just to take a look at that. So, to wrap this up then, this is what we end this session with, and that is what protocols do we need to revise? And you've given me some input on the ones that I can put into this document for you. But in the future, I'd recommend you look at all of your protocols, including the ones that I showed you at the beginning. These are protocols for you. And say, are these the right ones? And then how are we monitoring them? How are we making sure we're living by the protocols that we've adopted? And if you think of a protocol as an agreement, once you've agreed to something, you should be able to police each other if you feel someone's not following the protocol. Because that's only fair of equals at a board table to be able to say, we had this protocol about doing something, about welcoming new members. I don't feel like we're doing that. What do we need to do more to welcome new members? So that's what protocols are for. They're self-governance. And we believe that's the power of talking together about those protocols. And so when you do get to working on a governance handbook, consider some of these protocols along with the existing ones you have and come up with protocols that you're willing to live with and then monitor them from time to time to make sure they're being implemented. Here's some other protocols on this slide. How agendas get set. Myra, you mentioned that the agendas are finished when the superintendent gives them to you. In most cases, the superintendent will provide a draft agenda and then talk to you about why these topics are important. If there's a deadline coming up or if there's been a community complaint that they've heard about, blah, blah, blah. In addition, like right now, as I sit as a board president, I say, how about this? This came up at our meeting last time and we haven't had a response to it yet. Or we had a complaint about this and we haven't had any report on it yet. When is that going to happen? And so what we do in our board meetings now is we have future agenda items. And anytime someone brings up something that wasn't on the agenda that we need to talk about as a board, we put it into future agenda items. And then they roll up at each board meeting. And if it hasn't been handled yet, it's still there. You say, this has been here for 2 months. When's it going to, so when I come in to meet with the superintendent, I say, this hasn't got on the agenda yet. What's your plan? Why is it going out further? So that's the kind of thing that you can do. That is the board input to the agenda that's based not just on the planning calendar, not just on that macro calendar, but also on incidents that are happening either in neighboring districts or in our district so that we're ahead of it. So that's the thing on agenda setting. All right, so let's see.
When it comes to protocols, once they're set and they're not followed, like the board meeting norms that we established, they just disappeared. No one acknowledged them anymore.
Okay.
So what happens then?
That's a good point. I think what I'm trying to suggest is it's incumbent on each of us as board members to bring up when a protocol is not being followed.
Okay, so I'm bringing up
and it has to be that we agree to let everybody come up with that. That's
Yeah.
part of our, we're all elected individually, so we all have the same power. We all have the same authority. So we're responsible to each other to make sure we bring up when we think a protocol has been violated and talk about it.
Yeah, I just want to, on that note, with those board norms, it's important for us to be very clear of those were not voted on as a board and agreed upon as a board. So at that meeting, which was a public meeting, we didn't agree on it. And this is the importance of follow-up and making sure things don't fall off, because it could have been a small change that we could have agreed upon and voted and come to consensus, but instead we left it as with no consensus, and then we acted as if it was voted on. So it's important for all of us to be clear and follow up on those things so we're all on the same page.
Great point, Brad. Until you take action on something, it doesn't really exist.
Right, because some of the norms that are on here we did talk about it and there was a consensus against them, but they were put on these norms.
Yes,
So
they still
that's
exist.
important. If you're going to become an effective governance team, you have to take actions on things that are important to you. And even if you vote in the minority, your job is still to support the board majority. That's part of a protocol of being an elected official. And so we're all in the situation where we sometimes vote against the majority, and we have a reason. But at the next meeting and in the public, we support the board's direction because that's what we have to do, a part of a team.
Would you say then that as we review the new protocols that we want to establish forward, it needs to be codified in bylaws at some point then? That's where the action is taking place.
Or it needs to be in a governance handbook that you vote on and adopt. And by the way, the governance
Yes.
handbook, what we recommend is every board member signs it, even if you voted against something in it. So it gets a 4-1 vote, everybody signs it because it says, I will abide by this. Again, the only way boards work is if we agree to work together. The only way we are successful is if we point out things that we're not doing what we said we were going to do, and then move toward trying to get better at that each time.
So because this wasn't voted on, it's not credible.
Right.
Even though we were in the study session, like we spent hours going over and deciding what norms are we're going to be moving forward on.
I would add to even if it wasn't voted on, it still didn't go to consensus. So, I mean, yes, we'd need to vote on it to all be held by it, but also, even though we just went for consensus, we didn't have that. It still needed work, it still needed conversation, and we didn't follow up on it.
Yes.
Except for today, when we did our agreements, I asked if there's anybody that can't live with those agreements. That was a consensus, it wasn't a vote. But if you really want to make it part of the way we do things around here, that becomes board culture. Culture is the way we do things around here. Then you really want to get them voted on in some place and then adopted and become a document that you're willing to live by. All right? Okay, so just to point out again, your essential documents: vision, mission, long-range goals in your LCAP, yearly success indicators, your LCAP, your norms, your beliefs, your board evaluation, and a governance handbook when you decide to put one together. And with that, you're moving forward to develop more agreements, norms, and protocols, establish a process to revise your board bylaws, which you've decided to do, schedule a follow-up board self-evaluation, quarterly check-ins, which I've recommended, but you need to decide if you want to do that. And then, if you want to create a board governance handbook. Now, I built this slide after talking with you. I just assumed this would be something you might be interested in. So that's why it's there. I'm not, I didn't come from just what I heard today, but I did put that together. All right, so now is evaluation time. In your packet, on, I think it's the right-hand side, in a pink piece of paper. Tell me if I'm right. Is there a pink piece of paper on the very
Yeah,
back? That's it.
here.
Please take a few minutes. We take this evaluation very seriously. We make changes in our presentations based on the feedback you give us. So this is about the board self-evaluation to date. And take a few minutes to do that. And when you're done, we are done working together for today. And thank you.
Now that we have concluded with our CSBA 360 Board Self-Evaluation Workshop, if there is no objection to this meeting, is adjourned at 3:32 p.m. until the regular board meeting to be held on Thursday, November 16, 2023.